Here. Shut it up here. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we are playing 2D20 Dune, Dune, Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. And let us, as we begin our first house management of House Bellezza, so this will involve standing up the house proper as per the Houses of Landsrad book, but also deciding what ventures the house is going to be going on, and what personal ventures are going to happen between the installation of the Steward of Silvanus and the grand conclave of the Silvani tribes that's happening in the next month. But first, a bit of news of the Imperium. This is the first step of house management. Some of these rumors are true, some of them are completely false, and players are more than encouraged to introduce some other rumors. This may be a way for you to communicate to the others that there's, through indirect means, certain knowledge you have, or certain things you hope are actually happening. Because if you make up something, I might decide that's true. But, be careful what you wish for, I guess. In the shadowed corners of the Imperium, where whispers hold sway over the fates of great houses, rumors weave a tapestry of intrigue and uncertainty. Amidst the hollowed halls of power, whispers speak of an unlikely dalliance between House Hagal and the illustrious House Corino. Tales of forbidden love between a noblewoman and her lowly servant echo through the chambers, casting doubt upon the integrity of their union. Will this liaison forge an unbreakable bond, or unravel the delicate threads of nobility? Laughter reverberates through the court as jests circulate about a mysterious weapon said to be crafted by the infamous House Harkonnen. Rumors suggest that this enigmatic device possesses the power of invisibility, prompting skepticism and amusement in equal measure. Yet, beneath the veil of humor lies the lingering question: could there be truth behind the jests? Or are they merely a smokescreen for darker machinations?
Yes, those Harkonnens, always known for their comedy.
Whispers of impending conflict reverberate throughout the halls as House Akaz prepares for a decisive strike against their ancient foes, House Moritani. With substantial payments made to the guild, speculation runs rampant about the magnitude of their impending fleet. Will this long-standing rivalry erupt into open warfare, further than it already has? Or can diplomacy quell the fires of discord before they consume all in their path? Anxiety grips the hearts of the Imperium's elite as reports surface of dwindling spice harvests in recent months. Fears of an impending shortage cast a pall over the noble houses, prompting urgent inquiries into the stability of the spice melange supply. Is this merely a temporary setback, or portent of darker days to come? In the tumultuous landscape of power and politic, where truth is a fleeting specter and deception reigns supreme, these rumors serve as harbingers of change and uncertainty, shaping the destiny of the Imperium with each whispered word. And I ask you all, are there any other rumors that you wish to share among yourselves? These rumors, by the way, are not like a part of a news service per se. It's more of a stuff that you would have heard through various whispers and byways and so on. But there may be certain rumors you have heard of.
Let me see the other major houses. Let's see. I heard, here's one for you. I heard that the Redeemer Inquisition has, due to their recent failures, received less funding from their generous patrons. Or are they so generous after all? considering that they are perhaps a little upset with them due to their recent failures when it came to subversion of other houses and spreading of the faith. Is that okay?
That's perfectly fine. That could be true or could be not true. Any other rumors you wish to introduce into the world? You don't have to. You can.
That's it for me.
An imperial, what would we call it, biological or imperial scientific survey tasked with exploring and documenting some of the flora and fauna of the deep forests of Silvanus has disappeared, or at least fallen out of contact for some time. The rumor is that the forest itself took offense and swallowed them. Rumor among the tribes is that the forest itself swallowed them.
Ooh. Foreboding.
What the Bene Gesserit are here for.
Being foreboding?
Yes. Put your hand in the box.
Nah, I'm good.
Put your hand in the box. Oh well, he wasn't human. Take this body away.
Any other rumors? I will move forward with those rumors in mind. I'll scribe them down, and maybe they'll happen, or maybe I'll hint at them, or maybe they're complete nonsense. Who knows? Hell, mine could be complete nonsense.
Poppycock.
Well, watch your language. We don't have no poppies here, and I'll sniff on this spice real quick. So, we look to first, page 88 of the Houses of the Landsraad book. And we also, like I'm starting a sermon, look to page 88. No. And also under PCs, you can see House Bellezza. From there, there's the character sheet, but also there's the bio and info thing, which will show. Currently, we haven't. I've left your stats undecided because that's not something I decide. That's something you, as a house, decide. So the very first thing we need to figure out about House Bellezza is what skills it has. So what I've been doing, what you may have noticed when I'm making people attack you and stuff, or NPCs doing things, and then you can actually see if you look under NPCs for each of the houses. I do actually have, you should be able to still see the bio and info when you pull them up. Like House Valorian, you can see what its stats are.
Yep.
So those are, if I make an NPC and I didn't have, it's not like a named person or anything like that, I might just look to the house stat and go, like, that's how I build a minor character quickly, is I go, it's this stat plus how much they hate you. For you, it can be used as, for some of your adventures, your house skills are reflecting you using not just your personal assets, but like the house as a whole as a big mechanism. So there are certain things where the whole house is doing something at the same time, and that's when the house stat becomes the skill you use. If a main character is doing something with the house, they use their drive still, because it's still your drive making it happen, but the house skill can change how, whether or not it's being, it reflects the whole house doing something rather than your assets, your personal assets doing something. And further, some of you have warfare assets of your own. The way I'm looking at that is that if it's something you personally have an asset of, that's your character has dominion over that. Like your character, that asset exists because of you. So Fortress Landing is a thing because of Erica, and that sort of thing. So these are more general stats that can be used for minor characters or for big house moves that you're trying to do. Because you're a minor house, you do have a certain spread, and 88 does detail what each of those mean, what battle means, what communicate means in a house context. So the question is, where do you want to put your stats? It's also in the Roll20. Ensley's a keener.
Well, what does the ruler think?
And you can compare it to the other houses. That's no knowledge to you. You know what the stats of the other houses are. Even the Redeemer Inquisition, because there's some idea of what their ability is.
That's my suggestion. First of all, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that is my suggestion. Understand 7 because we rely on highly skilled artisans. So we have deep academic. We have a deep interest in academic excellence. I went with discipline 6 because we're the only house on this planet, and we have cultivated a lot of goodwill by not being tyrannical. So I think loyalty should be pretty high. Move, I didn't have a good reason for, just a good place to have a 6 in. Battle, we intentionally don't have the best of forces, but we are working on that. And I went with Communicate 4 because that was the 4 that was left over, and also we are we haven't shown in any of these episodes any diplomatic acumen beyond Erica herself. So that one was just more a guess at how we're actually playing.
I mean, I have some diplomatic acumen myself, but it's not my role. So I don't know if you want to stuff me into that little niche.
Well, but Communicate doesn't measure the players' skill at diplomacy, because Erica is actually really great at that. It's the house in general, right? So
Measure of diplomatic reputation and favors it is owed.
Yeah, I might argue for bumping Communicate because outside of our play, the house has managed to maintain a good reputation and avoid being we're kind of now the I don't want to say neutral, but like we're not entangled with Arconus and Valorian. We're not entangled with Malvolus is the big one, isn't it? What's the local one? No, Malvolus.
That's good. I could switch Communicate and Move.
Move is a measure of the house's response time for any crisis. Not restricted to weapons. Well-placed diplomat can respond to allegations made against the house quickly before they become more damaging. I like a high understanded discipline, but I think that's my role as a spy master leaking through, because those are the two that you use.
Those have strong story reasons to be the 6 and 7, I think.
Yeah.
But those are also the two that help you best defend to do counter espionage. Yeah, understand as a 7, I think I totally agree with.
Yeah, I like Communicate 6, Move 4, because in story to date, we've kind of been behind the 8 ball on stuff a bit. Bit more reactive instead of proactive, so that's why I think Move 4 makes sense given the story so far.
works. GM, remind me how you bump your house skills.
It is a venture.
Okay.
So you would go on one of the two ventures you would do would be to try to increase a house stat.
Cool.
Keep in mind as well that these stats, we'll get to it as we go on, but you'll see how much it costs to maintain your skills. So you don't want to do too many ventures to increase house skill without having relevant wealth and resources to support it.
Right.
So is that the any objection from the treasure master? I keep wanting to call you that, treasurer.
Treasure Master, I quite like that, has no objections to this. In terms of communicate, I guess we can always get it up more later, right? So it's
Well,
not
now communicate is really good. It may be as good as it ever gets.
Yeah, move is the low one.
I feel like moves are more important than it may seem. Do you think
Well,
we could knock...
all of them are important. It's just we can't have all of them.
Right, do you think we could knock one off of discipline and put it into move? That way we're more of a jack of all trades sort of thing?
We don't have these are not allocated points. These are the actual numbers we get access to. We can't have two.
The array. You'd have to swap battle and move if you wanted to get 5 into move.
Yeah, we only get 1 5.
Well, that's fine then, I suppose.
Well,
and
we could, if we decided we really wanted to, we could do a venture to get move up,
Yeah, I suppose so.
I mean, it's the obvious venture first.
Well, so we'll see. But I'm pretty good with this array.
Does this have the ruler's ascent?
I've already put it in the Roll20.
Thus it is. Thus it shall be. Moving forward. Status reputation. You guys automatically start at respected. And have it on there already for you. So you're at 25 status. Because you are a minor house. So you're on page 90 it shows the scale of 0 to 100 or so. If right now people are willing to listen to your house, if you guys approach people, they'll appropriately react to you as someone of a noble house, or either a noble or someone who works for a noble house. The big now for other houses, Valorian is respected only as a major house. Like it recently became a major house, so it has respect among other major houses. But the two outliers are Malvolus, who once was a great house. So their current status of 25 is actually weak because they've recently lost the stewardship of Silvanus. That's not a great look for them. See also why for all the puffing that Duke Malvolus gave, he was totally willing to talk to Erica, because right now he's not in the greatest. He's in the worst position he's going to be in for a while. So he either needs to bounce back and become a respectable minor house, or he's going to be smashed into the dirt if he's not careful. And even the Redeemer house is respected in the sense that they're a respected threat. Like they haven't done anything blatantly illegal. They do have they at least recently had the support of House Malvolus. So they, even though they're not a proper house, they are a faction that people recognize and wouldn't like chase out of a town or something like that.
They're respected, but not respectable.
Yeah. And the way that status moves, when you do ventures, certain ventures will increase your reputation or make it go down. Certain story things may make it go up and down as well. And I will note, if your status gets to the next tier above, like say if you got strong before if your status is ever higher than the person who rules over you, that house might see you as a threat. Though supposedly House Valorian says he wants people to be more respectable, so whether or not he actually will do that when you rise beyond him, we'll see. Once you get to problematic or dangerous in reputation, houses beyond Valorian will notice you. like we're talking Moritani, we're talking Carino. They'll notice that you are respectable in the Landsrat, because it's also respect as the Landsrat sees you. How the wider Imperium notices you. So the wider Imperium isn't terribly. You guys know how Mount Volus's fortunes is kind of the norm on Silvanus. People win, people lose. It happens here. But in the wider Imperium, a major house doesn't lose major house status. That's just, you're supposed to be where you're meant to be. So that's set. As for your reputation, we've already gone into that. You do get, there's the two traits that you have. So to reflect on that again, your traits of industry and beauty, there are ventures that let you gain more traits or change a trait you already have. The reason you'd want to do that is because you can spend momentum to... Oh, I forgot to take my threat. I still get that because dice rolls will happen today. 1, 2, 3, 4 is what I get because you have one major enemy. Minor enemy. But yeah, you can do ventures that change your traits because you can spend momentum to add a house trait to yourself. So even if you don't have the trait of industrious or an industry or of beauty, you can spend resources to say, because I'm of House Bellezza, I now have that aura about me. Because people, you're kind of standing on that particular point of, I'm a House Bellezza spy master, not a Harkonnen spy master. One is far more concerned with industry and beauty than the other, for example.
Right.
Domains.
Yes, that'd be gorgeous.
I actually showed you guys this. Now you know the mechanical reason why. So each of these places I've marked as having certain types of resources. So the towns are there's still open spaces. You can industrialize them. These are open areas that I presume people live in. Same with the towns you see on the planet, like Theraport or Arboreum or Trailblazers Landing, or in Agrestis, Bastien Prime, Citadel Arbor. Those are... Actually, I take that back. Citadel Arbor and Bastien Prime are actually like facilities. It's Sentinel Keep that's the only unindustrialized place. And you have some stuff in orbit. That's what those little target signs are, which actually this one should have one as well.
So are the wrenches meaning that's where our shipyards are part of that building facility?
That's part of your spacecraft
Okay.
building. Yeah, that's why I figured almost all the orbital ones are in space.
Right.
But there's some on the ground that are ground building or assembly, or even training of people who are shipwrights. And then the little actually no, all your places have a thing. Even your towns have people in them. The little markers, the white markers there, are where your artisans work, primarily. You can expand further. Like, I can expand this out that way and give you more space. There's a venture where you... because this doesn't represent the entirety of your moon, like from sea to sea. It's all the areas where resources are currently being made and can be made. Compare it to, like, the planet Silvanus, where there are actually some spaces that are undeveloped. No one has developed these a good chunk of the areas outside the plains, outside of the deep forests and of Silvanus. And this is the more urbanized continents of Silvanus. So you could, in theory, build down there. You could find other places on your moon you can build on. Another venture is building another domain on top of an existing one, which doesn't make the local people happy because there's a lot less housing when you do that. For example, Agrestis, on Agrestis, Malvolus has No, I take that back. He hasn't done that yet. But you can have multiple of these markers in the same area. It just means that you're crowding out living space for working space. Whereas each one having one marker means that that's the primary industry for that whole region. So there's people who live in all of these hexes, even in the space outposts. There's somewhere you can go to sleep. There's somewhere you can go to eat.
Right. Do we also technically have like one hex on the planet? Because we know we have land on the planet on Silvanus. Silvanus.
Not yet. You have a great excuse to develop down there. Like you have land down there. Like one of these, you have a great excuse for Erica. Technically, would have like a space. Basically, has like a land that's off map, which I wish.
Okay.
No snapping.
So that's not representing the entirety of the Great Forest.
Yeah, that's all the deep forest that has been developed or is known.
There's a bunch more, where people.
Yeah, the deepest deep, for example, is not marked.
Right.
And each of you have a capital region. So you have where Fortress Landing is. There's the Ironwood Garrison for Malvolus, the Palace Silvanus for Valorian, and for Arconis. And then the tribes, because they're a confederation of tribes, like their capital is the Silfarith Eulindor. It's a great gathering area. I think a massive orchard where the trees have been purposely cultivated, so there's lots of room, but there's still trees around. It's a place for where big celebrations happen or big conventions happen for all the tribes. Or if you wanted to find someone in the tribe, just go there and wait around and then ask a passing tribesman who are most likely a trader or traveler or ranger and go, hey, do you know where tribe so-and-so is? Oh yeah, sure, we can help you get there.
That's where the upcoming convention is going to be happening?
Yep.
Okay.
Moons, as you can tell from Agrestis and Salutaris, have less hexes than Silvanus does, because Silvanus as a planet has way more spaces than you guys do. And should you find another planet, because I remember that was something in the early days you guys were thinking about, I would basically expand this map out this way, and then plot out another a virgin planet, if you will, of a bunch of empty hexes as big as Silvanus, if not bigger. Because it can be planets can be bigger than, say, Earth, and it can be smaller than Earth, so they might be more hexes or less hexes. I just went with the standard amount of hexes a planet or a moon would have.
Right.
So any questions about the domain map?
Not on my end. Seems clear enough.
No.
It's good. He's good.
Likewise.
Very good. Oh, one thing I'll highlight. If anyone were to become a great house, or was to be acknowledged as one, they would need to have 100 hexes under their control, either directly or indirectly. So, like, for example, all these hexes on Silvanus, half of them are Valorian, half of them are Arconis, but they're all the same color, at least on this side anyway, this side over. Everything on the cultivated side is either Arconis or Valorian. And that's why when they teamed up against Malvolus, that's why they became the major house, because they just have more control of the region than they do. And unless Malvolus somehow convinced you to join him, he doesn't. And at that moment, you guys weren't in a position to really do that, because your ruler dying plus the heir having to come back from the front. It's like you weren't part of this shell game that was going on. You weren't aware that what Valorian and Arconis were up to until they already did it. So if they want to they need 100 hexes. So if they want to become a great house, they need either Malvolus or you to go along. It would help if they had the tribes as well, but the tribes are decidedly neutral. They don't care who rules the area. They just care that the forest is maintained properly. They want the sap to flow. They want it to be used, but they want it to be cultivated carefully. As long as people respect that, they'll stay out of it.
The sap must flow.
So if you have ambitions of becoming a great house, you'll either need to become. If you want to become a major house, you need to have as much territory as Malvolus and as Arconis and Valorian do. Either here on this planet, or you need to find another planet to. Because even if you expand on your moon, you wouldn't have enough. I don't think you'd get enough hexes. You'd need at least. Well, you have 35, so you need 60 hexes. If you no, I don't know if you can get 30 out of this. 1, 2, 7, 9, 9. Oh, 9 plus more expansion on the moon. You theoretically could do it if you did everything on the planet and then expanded the moon. You could theoretically become a major house. But things to think about down the line. Also, I'll highlight that some ventures do allow you to build domains. Like each of these are little domains, domain markers. You can build more down there as a venture. You can, and so on. So there's a lot to do there. To this map, to know this quite yet. House rolls. I'll look this over again. This is page 95.
Yeah, my understanding is we're a minor house. We get to choose 4 additional roles that are filled for the purposes of house management.
Yeah.
Additional to ruler and heir, I think, are heirs. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Does it give that stipulation?
Paragraph right above the listing of number of roles for the houses on 95.
Oh, in addition to this.
Yeah. This house doesn't exist without a ruler.
Okay, so
that's on the.
You don't even have to worry about that because Eric is already a player, and I've already made the heir.
Right.
I guess Eric has made the heir.
Wink, wink.
Not everything on House of Kaz's territory can be stabbing Mortani.
Sometimes it's shooting them.
Oh, why not?
Also, I added other NPCs, the other 2 NPCs that have been acting in roles, but they don't have to be the ones that we say, I don't think.
Yeah, that was what I was going to ask, is because we had you've created that NPC consort and then an NPC swordmaster. I was wondering if, like, when it says house roles, is that both NPCs and PCs or just PCs?
Well, we get 4 additional roles. It doesn't say they're fulfilled by us.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you get 4 beyond yourself because you guys are the heroes of the book, if you will. If this was a novel, you'd be the hero characters that obviously are part of the story, and then there's 4 other people that you guys go, well, that's so and so who covers that. Are they as important as me? No, but I know I know they exist. I know our house has that.
So, like, we don't count our player characters as eating up these roles.
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, we just get 4 additional roles. I guess 2 of which we have good candidates for.
Yep.
We don't have to do them.
Well, I mean, let's also look at the benefits for the various roles. Like a consort gives us 2 additional momentum on a house skill test during house management.
It's a good all-around one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Swordmaster? There he is.
I don't think we want advisor. Oh no, never mind. I was reading that wrong.
And note, there are some roles you can have multiples of. Like, you can't have multiple advisors, multiple marshals.
I think after consort, the most important that I would suggest is scholar.
Fair. So let me ask, so do we in house management get the role abilities of our role if we're playing a role?
Yes.
Like, okay.
Cool.
Unless you're me, then you just get one for being here
You know the
Right.
ruler is player controlled and won't be batshit insane.
That is true.
We should hope.
But we would get it. You'd get a penalty if I wasn't here or something. I don't know.
Ooh,
I played in a game
extra
where the
resource
ruler was an NPC. It was a lot of convincing the ruler to let us do things because it's like, oh wait, we're architects, yes, but if the ruler says nah, I don't wanna, I think he looks spiffy in his coat. You idiot! Now we got to do rolls to convince him to do the smart thing, which is not die. I'm not bitter. I'm
The
fine.
treasurer's going to get us 10 extra wealth, and the marshal's going to get us an extra resource.
Nice.
I'm going to make it hard for people to pry.
Chief physician, uber powerful there, I think. Right. All
Yeah.
troops just go up in 1 in quality.
The maximum of 4 before you get excited.
Yeah, but still.
Well, when everything is quality 2, no, that's amazing.
True.
If you had everything already quality 4, then why do you care?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you already happen to be the emperor and have the Sardaukar, yes, you don't need a chief physician. I'll grant you that.
So, okay, I like consort. I think you're right about scholar.
Someone want to go ahead and can we get a empty sheet under NPCs so we can just give them a name and a token? Not actually going to make them a supporting character, I don't think.
You can fill them out in
Well,
house rolls as well.
What the?
There's empty slots.
Well, yeah, I would put their name, but I just meant, right, because we do a lot of things in House Intrigue and people show up. You might want to
Have them ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have some copies under. Oh, you want them on the NPCs? I see
No,
what you're
yeah, we don't. I don't think we want to spend momentum to make them a playable character for us. Just like have an image and a token, so that if you want them to show up because they are technically part of the house, that we have that available. The same way the false Graffin and the air is.
I don't know, just for fun, I may fully stat out a chief physician if we have a chief physician.
What does the treasurer want to pay for? Because you got to pay for all this.
What do I want to pay for?
Yep.
Well, I don't think we're there yet, figuring out how much each thing costs.
No, but everything you see before you costs money. None of it's
Yeah.
free.
Well, I think we do it in the, okay, here's what we'd like to have, and then when it comes time to where we have to economize, we figure out where
Well, yeah, but I'm asking because we've only I'm asking to actually fill out the 4 roles. Like, what is Jamie think about what roles we want?
Well, having a chief physician is mostly useful to you and your heir, right? Because, or unless we all get poisoned for some reason.
No, it would be more useful to the ruler's ambition and the marshal.
Marshal has their own military police.
Yeah.
I'm fine with having a chief physician. We're not getting a sook trained doctor though. That's gonna like absolutely slaughter us.
Mm-hmm.
Another swordmaster, mayhaps.
I think that's the only one you wouldn't want to double up on. I guess you actually doubling up on that would mean that the ruler and the heir are always both protected.
Well, honestly, then I'm fine with what you guys have said. I think that's okay. I think we can make do.
So right now we're at consort, physician, scholar.
Scholar's good. I second that.
Yeah.
Consort, heir, physician, scholar.
Our discipline is high. A counselor could be pretty powerful.
Counselor. Can you read exactly what the role of the counselor is?
Any house skill test using discipline can be assumed to have a focus applied to it.
That sounds good.
And narratively, a counselor is your internal, is your seneschal type person, the person who manages the house day to day. Make sure the trains run on time.
Trains are always on time.
Because counselors exist. Marshals make
right
sure
now-
no one steals the damn train.
So right now, for non-player character and non-given roles, I got consort, physician, scholar, counselor.
And air, right?
Yeah, but air's a freebie.
Yeah, ruler and air you get for free, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that would be demoting the sword master back down to just a guy.
Well, I mean, I'm just noting what we've talked about, not.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I think. I mean, to Erica, the consort and the chief physician are the most useful. Spy master is a nice to have. Scholar feels like it's necessary. But I'm not sure. Counselor seems really good though.
Well, I mean, the swordmaster is handy as a bodyguard for the ruler.
More for the air. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, I dig that Erica is, combat capable, but I mean, kind of the deal.
Well,
with
more
the
than
sword
more than a 7-year-old is all I'm getting at.
right,
And
but like,
I will point out the other half of Swordmaster is your soldier minor NPCs get weapon focuses.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's because when
Because the other
Bob
job
was
the Swordmaster
here,
does.
we were gonna
Yeah.
get spear guys. It's a tie to me, so I don't know. Nelly, Kareem, y'all have strong feelings about any of these?
Not particularly, whilst I would like to maybe have a sword master, I think we can do just fine without one. In the end, it's what you feel could be best for your character. And we've got most of the things from the financial side covered. A counselor could make things okay. I quite like the idea of maybe having a counselor.
Well, I mean, if we're kind of thinking about what the characters want, you're the one that has to pay for it, so.
And I'll
would-
pay for it because the ruler of the house says we need it, so.
I can't get anyone to make a decision.
You're the I throw it to you, ruler. In the case
Okay.
of ties, the highest ranked person makes the final call.
So much for being a consensus builder.
What do you think this is?
well,
Dirty
okay,
democracy
let's-
is the Farfetch's system. Rule,
Let,
damn
let
you.
me let me ask a question. Like,
Sure.
when we're doing ventures, are we rolling using the house stats or our stats?
For house ventures, the house stats. For
Okay, for
personal
house
ventures,
ventures-
yours.
Okay. So, so if we have a counselor and we're rolling on stuff for discipline, which we're very good at anyway, the house, then we get a higher crit range.
We get a much higher. Our crit range goes from 1 to 6,
Right.
or 1 to 7. I don't remember if we did 7 or which would. Maybe we did that.
And the
6 currently.
Yes.
the other one we're going back and forth on, we get focuses for house soldiers in 2 weapons, and pretty much like an automatic shield for ruler and or heir. So the counselor is going to come in handy every time we do house management. If we are doing a venture that has discipline. The sword master is going to come in handy anytime there's any kind of attack on Erica, or we need to deploy house troops to do something. So, I mean, one of them's really good for house management. One of them comes in really handy during gameplay.
All right, then the sword master it is because of Erica's ambition.
Okay.
And you said you were gonna stat out the scholar.
I can do the scholar or the chief physician. I mean,
You could do both of them, unless someone else wants to. I was just gonna suggest if someone else wanted to get a token and a name for the chief physician.
yeah, I want to do the chief physician just for fun.
Oh, you would? Okay, I remember. I know you want to do one of them.
Yeah.
I can do the scholar.
Sounds good.
Yeah, go ahead. Makes you guys feel okay?
Mark out in Discord what they are, just so who your 4 extra are. What the 4 extra rolls are.
Oh, I think they're all in house rolls now accurately.
It is accurate. So,
Oh, the only thing is I added NPC next to.
4.
Yeah.
Yep, I see it. This has Ruler's Ascent?
Yep.
Very good. Forward we march. News for the Imperium, running house management. We just did that. Every time we do a house management thing, I will be doing a little blurb like I did at the start of today, which will have stuff that happens. You know, it could be anything. It could be births, it could be marriages, it could be deaths. I generally won't go over stuff you learned yourselves. That's not a rumor. You were there. You know what happened. You know that someone tried to attack. It's not a rumor to you that someone tried to attack one of your people, your consort, at the palace. Whether the wider Imperium knows that, well, you guys made a pretty good effort to keep that under wraps. It was an intrigue arrest, and even the fight that happened was inside a shuttle. So the wider Imperium doesn't know that. These are things that the wider Imperium... Rumors are things that the wider Imperium has heard about, and it's so well known that even you guys have heard about it. So that'll happen every time. To give you an idea of scale, so one of the ways it does is the book suggests house management. It suggests that house management is a yearly thing. Given the story that I'm planning on telling, I'm planning on each house management being a month. So at the end of each adventure, a month will pass to the next big thing. It may be the convention that I'm suggesting is going to happen. Like, there'll always be something that at the end of the month is definitely going to happen, even if you guys don't do anything. But some of your ventures might lead you into its own adventure. Like, you do adventure, and now I'm like, okay, well, that seems like a big deal. I'm going to follow up on that. That seems more important of a story to tell than what happened at the convention or whatever happens in future ones. And as we progress, that will tick forward time. So each house management will be a month. That's as fast as it really suggests you go, because house management, you have an opportunity to improve your house very quickly, because you're a hero house, so you're speeding up a lot faster than everybody else is right now. So yeah, just to give you an idea of pacing and scale. Income. So
that's where I come in.
Yes. So your primary domain is what?
Industry machinery. I think spacecraft comes under machinery.
It comes under machinery.
Actually, do you want Treasure? Do you want me to put a thing for you, like a little thing to track underneath House Bellezza there?
Sure. It's not too much of an issue, I guess.
No. It's just I didn't think to do it. I was like, wait, that's gonna be. You might want that information at hand, separate from everything else. How do you talk? Ledger, please. So you should see Treasurer's Ledger underneath of House Bellezza. Whoops, I have the wrong token there. Messy.
In the
So that
handouts,
should be
did
our
you say?
totals.
Treasurer's Ledger. Got it.
Machinery, resources 12, wealth 32, workers, resources 4, wealth 20, treasure adds a 10 wealth, marshal adds a resource for a total of 17 resources and 62 wealth.
Right, but we have
Nice.
but the resources and wealth from primary and secondary get tweaked because of the nature of the primary and secondary. Like industrial, we get +1 resources, but no, on primary domain, +3 resources, -6 wealth.
Where is this?
Right under the on page
Oh, okay.
97. Yeah.
Additionally, this may be modified. So industrial. So,
Machine.
3 more resources, 6 less wealth for the
Yes.
top. Okay, let me edit that. That was 3 less resources and 6 more wealth?
3 more resources, -6 wealth. So 26 wealth, 15 resources for machinery. It's like we're building a spacecraft again.
Not even close.
Yeah, fair.
And then workers. I don't see workers in there, any of these.
Workers, you get 4 resources, 20 wealth, but when you go under artistic, secondary domain, -1 resources, so 3
+4
resources, but 24 wealth.
So those actually complement each other to a degree. I mean, not completely, but
Mm-hmm.
how much wealth was added?
Let's see, wealth get +4, so 24 wealth, but only 2 resources.
No. Workers starts at 4.
4 resources, and then it's
20 wealth. And then what are we?
-1 resource plus 4 wealth. So 2 resources, 26 wealth. No, sorry. Yeah, 26 wealth.
So we should be at 18 resources and 60 wealth?
Let me see. Oh yeah, it should only be 1 resource. No, it's primary. So I'm sorry, no, it's 3 resources for workers because it's only -1 plus 4 wealth. So 24, not 26. My eye skipped up a column, or row rather.
Then our wealth is wrong because 26 plus 24 is 50 plus 10 is 60. And then resources, 15 plus 3 is 18 plus 1 is 19. That's correct. To the best of my knowledge, that math is correct. If you want to go ahead and double check me on that.
On it. Yep, that's what I got. Resources 19, wealth 60.
Treasurer, do you agree with this assessment?
I agree.
Enter it into your ledger, please.
Wealth 60, did you say?
Wealth 60, resources 19.
GM, I can't remember, because of what we are, do we have a spaceport already?
I'm giving you a spaceport for free. I'll say that's something you guys...
Okay.
That's something the previous generations had built once upon a time. It makes sense given the story, so... I'll say that was the thing the last ruler really made sure was built. So, one thing you can do, you at this stage, at income stage, the first time we do it is just this calculation. But if you build up enough domains or steal enough in warfare that you actually have another secondary domain, or somehow another primary domain, that's when you want to check again how much resource, how much wealth do you have. You want to check if you still have a marshal or not, if they died or retired. So we always do kind of an upkeep check in income, like, hey, where are we? We're still there? Good. And we can... This is also the part where you can convert wealth and resources. Wealth is the actual Solaris, how much upon thousands of Solari you have. They give an idea that each point of wealth is like a lot of Solari. Resources is the actual stuff that everyone's making. So you have, in machinery, you have the parts, the actual things being put together, or the finished parts being put together. So like, for example, the workers you have, the artistic workers you have are producing a lot of Solari for their work, but not a whole lot of hard artwork to hang on a wall. Same with and machinery. Well, you're making a lot of money selling the machinery, but also there's the actual like rough bits of metal you have lying around that are on anything you have currently is going to be eaten into upkeeping different roles or doing ventures. So keep in mind, you can move around your wealth and resources. Like you can convert wealth into resource and resource into wealth. Because you have a spaceport, it's a bit smoother than it would be otherwise. Check what it is. Yeah. So up to half of a house's wealth or resources can be converted by trade instead of only a third. So at the income stage, you can swap stuff around, and that's you selling stuff to Chome or to get something. So you're selling resources to get more wealth, or you're buying resources as part of wealth.
There's a limit to one of them as to how much can be banked. And I can't remember if it's resources or wealth. Only 10 resources can be kept stockpiled at the end of house management.
We're gonna end up spending it on ventures, though.
Probably, and yeah, converting wealth and resources is a venture. That's my mistake. It doesn't happen here, but it's a thing you can do.
No. You get to do one. You can't do both without a venture.
Doing so requires the house to use one of its ventures for that round of house management. To do both costs 2 ventures.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know. Before we do that, I think this is where we do here's what we'd like to do. Are we going to need to convert and use up one of the ventures for that?
Well, before we get to that, we got to go to upkeep because we don't know how much we actually have.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I think this is where we go through and now that we've got this.
Well, yeah,
space...
it takes a venture to do this, so it's not even at this part of the game where we would decide to swap.
Right. So
yeah, so okay. we'll get through. So everyone's clear on income so far.
Yep.
As clear as we can be. Okay, now for events. Ruler, why don't you roll for me a d20?
Are each of us roll once, or are you just picking on me? Because
I'm just picking on you.
Okay. Do I want to roll high or want to roll low?
Low.
You want to roll low.
Well, I'm just going to do that. It's my decision. So I'm rolling a 1.
Hot damn.
Hilarious.
Well, that isn't a roll. That's just you saying a number.
Yeah. No, I've decreed it.
No.
What are you going to do about it?
Send Sardaukar after you. See what happens when you defy me? No.
Damn.
And it's only one to see what kind of event happens.
Yeah.
A crisis
Not
of some kind occurs. Hey, Spymaster, roll for me a d20.
Let me look over here on the crisis table. See what I want to do.
None of them are good.
Yeah, none of them are good. It doesn't really matter, does it? 8. Food shortage.
That's not good.
But one thing you learn, all of you learn during the course of your, because a lot of this whole stage is also in universe. It's your character sitting down going, okay, what do we have? How much of it do we have? What are we dealing with? Here's the news. Okay, that's nice to know, but really, how much Solari do we have? That sort of stuff. And oh, by the way, what bad things happening while we were off on the Palace of Silvanus doing stuff? Like something's wrong. So currently, a crisis that you have at the moment is that you have a drastic food shortage. What causes shortage? I will say that the shortage is caused by the fact that a lot of the food, agriculture is a thing here. Like this, to clarify how domains work as well, a domain doesn't mean that the only thing a place does is that. So you don't only have a spacecraft building area and nothing else. It's like, no, there's houses, there's little gentleman farms, there's stores, there's other things. It's just that the primary industry for that whole area is that one thing. But as you may notice, no one in the area, the only people who really make a lot of food are the tribes. But there's a lot of people that live, they have to feed themselves, they have to feed the cities on Silvanus, and then they send what they can up to the moons. So that's supplemented through the Chome trade by Chome. Like everything gets sent off and calculated at the local Chome station and divvied up. Ikaz is a big forestry planet and has some agricultural minor houses. Unfortunately, the Mauritania War of Assassins has caused the shipments to be slowed because they aren't sending as much as was expected. So unfortunately, the last ruler didn't account for this loss. And frankly, the treasurer didn't know this was a problem until you did the calculation. Like he must have miscalculated before he passed, or things changed so drastically that it wasn't something you can even begin to predict.
Miscalculated. My friend, I'm a mentat.
Yeah. Like
I did not miscalculate.
Oh, I'm not saying you miscalculated. I'm saying the ruler miscalculated. Or maybe it's something that was beyond calculations. Like I can't calculate for a variable I don't know about. Sort of thing.
The ruler miscalculated.
Yeah. There's no way you would have. That just isn't possible.
How was I to know that there was going to be an outbreak of some sort of leaf blight on the planet?
This is something that you're gonna have to deal with either as a venture or it's gonna come up during the next episode. Your moon is currently suffering from a food shortage. That is the crisis that you've learned about. Now we go to upkeep. So, things like there are the assets, of course, that you all have. But there's the stuff that the house in general has. For example, military power. You may have personal forces, but sometimes they're deployed somewhere else or they're doing something. And we're also deciding what makes sense here as well. Like, if you're away, how much of a chance does your moon have to defend itself? And how hard is it? So the difficulties it shows is the base difficulty for my bad guys to do combat tests. And that includes you defending your own world. So if your troops are there, your base difficulty isn't increased by this. It's my difficulty because it's your hero troops plus the other people around. If you don't have any real military power, the only real military that exists is under the command of the ruler and the marshal service. And that's it. Everyone else are just like picket militias and ceremonial guards. If you want more than that, then you're going to have to spend some upkeep to up the difficulty. So, how much military power is House Bellezza have to defend Salutaris? Or, in fact, invade other places, for that matter.
And this is not in the past. This is how much we're deciding to pay for now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making a table on the sheet for it.
On the bio and info bit.
Power yeah. And lifestyle, I think that's it.
If we had a War Master, I'd make a little handout and make them responsible for it. But you don't have one. Because you're all a bunch of peacenik shipbuilders and obsessed with beauty and aesthetic.
Oh,
No.
Vaporwave
They're
rules.
going to have to talk me down from spending a ungodly amount here because that's Erica's ambition.
you did give me the right of veto. Just
I
don't
did,
forget
You did,
and you better put your hand on the button. I'm not going to say a number.
Invasion
I'm going to make you
fleet.
say a number, and I'm going to tell you no until you get the number right.
Where's a piece of scrap paper?
You're a piece of scrap paper.
Oh,
That means I'm useful.
But disposable.
So we have 60,
We're all disposable in the end, Corbinian.
which means if
Every
we
single one
wanted
of
to
us.
have no wealth left over to do ventures, we could have each of these at difficulty 2.
Right.
Oh, also, we need to. Oh, this is going to be difficult because
Well,
we also got to keep in mind what we got to pay everybody else.
Yeah, so I mean, I think honestly, this is really where we go through see what we want, and then and once we see everything we'd like to have, then we have to go back and make the hard choices.
Yeah, because oh no, paying for people is part of this. Is part of
It is, yeah.
upkeep. Okay,
Yeah,
can you
I'm
add
just saying.
another box in your little table there for
Uh-huh.
salaries?
Sure.
Because I think we actually need to talk salaries first before we go back up.
Okay, where's the controller? There it is. Oops, no, I want to do one below. You want me to just do like a thing for a total salaries?
Yeah, just a total salary.
Okay.
So, focusing upon salaries, since the false graphon has decreed, that's what we focus on first. So each role is paid a certain amount. The non-player characters, if you want them to exist, they have to be paid their wealth. Otherwise, they don't work for you because they're not being paid to do their job, and they frankly can't do it without the money.
Wait, you mean people don't volunteer?
Not
For the
generally,
glory
no.
of the house?
But hero characters might decide, you know what, I have a certain amount of wealth anyway, or you know what, it is more important to me that the house hang on to this wealth than me having walking around money on top of that. Because keep in mind, if you are paid your role in wealth, you now have a wealth asset because it's presumed you have a silly amount of money at hand. At all that can be used for bribes or buying things that are particularly expensive. If it's something minor, I'm not going to be worried whether you have the wealth asset or not. You know, if you're buying a car ride, don't worry about it. If you're using your personal marshal vehicle to drive you around, whatever. But if you're doing something expensive, like I want to move from here to Kaitan, that's expensive. That is not a cheap trip for anyone to take. Even the Emperor would want to make sure he has a bit of wealth asset just to make sure he can get where he's going. Because he doesn't own the Highlanders, the Space Guild does. So.
Oh, you need to add another table to your little box for maintenance of skills.
House skill maintenance, yeah.
Yep.
So, at
And
present.
you can
Go ahead.
put in that little box that we're spending 10 wealth on maintaining skills.
Is that what it is for where we're at?
Yeah, 4 wealth for our 7 skill and 2 wealths for our other
Yep.
miners, and then no upkeep for the 4.
And if you don't pay for your house skill upkeep, for each one you don't upkeep, it drops by 1 permanently.
Oh,
Oof.
So make sure you pay for your house skills if you can.
I don't
Also,
know
you
why
lose
that table
status
is
on
so
top
out
of
of
it.
hand.
Hmm.
I don't know why that table I did is so extraneously large. Let me look at my editing tools.
All right, and NPC salaries are 17.
wealth.
Hold
17.
on, where are you getting 17? I'm getting 12.
Chief physician is 5. A scholar is 5. That's 10. A swordmaster is
Oh, Swordmaster. I'm
5. That's 15. And
You're right.
oh wait, no.
Consort's just 2.
Hold on. I was getting mixed up. Did we take the counselor or the swordmaster?
Thought we took the counselor.
I thought we took the Swordmaster.
We took the swordmaster.
Yeah, because
Oh,
that works
okay.
out better for you. Because it makes your troops
Yeah,
better.
y'all didn't want to decide as a group. You forced me to decide, so I decided.
That is
Um,
true. That is true.
So 17, yeah.
So is anyone taking their personal salaries?
I'm not. It's only 2. I
Uh,
guess I'm the cheapest person to get a bonus out of this, but no, we're gonna be poor.
Oh well.
Ah,
How much are our salaries?
we can choose to take them or not.
All of
Yeah,
you
yeah,
are.
no, but how much are they?
All the other 3 of you are 5.
5.
You want to try that again with the Spymaster?
Yeah, actually, I'm 10.
Spymaster, I'm
Oof.
looking at. Oh, do I have a wrong?
Any Jesuit trained adds +5 to the normal
Oh,
cost.
sorry. Okay, yeah.
Anything
God.
because I'm a mentat?
I'm gonna
Surprisingly,
have
no.
to throw you out a window if you take your salary.
It's just
But I
5
might
wealth
need
for
it
you to exist.
effectively-
For
I
your
might need it
salary.
to effectively spy on our enemies.
Here
And
I
I can do
thought
some
that
effective spying and information buying with 10 friggin' wealth points.
mentats were worth extra, you know?
I thought so too. I'm
Nope.
actually incorrect. It's Swordmasters of Ginzaz and Sook Doctors that cost more. Mentats don't cost extra.
Yeah, I mean, they're just PCs, basically.
Yeah, we can get one of you at Best Buy.
Right.
By Best Buy, you mean the Order of Mentats or the Bene Talaxu.
Not the Penny Talaxu, let me tell you that.
You really don't want them. They're freaking insane.
I mean, Mentat City.
Mentat City.
New Mentat City, hell yeah.
Sounds like an Ixian city. Tick off the Order of Mentats in a hurry. You can window shop to your heart's content. We're not okay with this. We're really not
So
okay with this.
if we all took salaries, so it would be 10 plus 5 plus 5, so 20, and how much for the ruler?
2.
I'm not taking the salary.
You're not taking a salary, so it would be plus 20. So you said how much? 17, right, for the others?
No. That would put us at. If y'all all take your salaries, that would put us at 47 out of 60 wealth already spent.
Well,
Okay. What does the Spymaster think?
well, I mean, it's not really necessary to take a salary. It's just like if the Spymaster takes the salary, then like that becomes an asset I can use in espionage conflicts. I can actually use the wealth to move around as an asset to buy intelligence, buy people, buy information. So, I mean, in theory, it could be very handy. However, I don't have to take it this go round. So,
Wait, no, I got the Spymaster wrong. It's 10, not 50.
but you know,
That's how much each of those rolls cost.
Right. I actually think you taking your salary is kind of useful because, like you said, you get to do all kinds of shit with it.
Well,
Marshall, I think you might need your salary as well. Just because, it makes a lot more things available to you that weren't previously available, which I think might be good.
well, I mean, is this where we want to go? Okay, ideally, we would like to have these salaries taken and kind of leave those off to the side before writing them down permanently until we figure out everything we're going to do.
I would do the salaries now because if we keep running the way that we're running this is the chance y'all have to say, I am doing this, right? But after this, if I have to commit to paying for troops or house accommodations and stuff without really knowing can I afford it is going to be difficult. So I would prefer if the salaries were decided now, because this is not a house decision, this is an each of you decision.
Yeah, because each of you decide whether or not you want to take your salary or not.
Well,
I guess
Ansley,
if all of you wanted to defer.
if you want to take your salary, Ansley, I'll give up mine for this month. Because I see the potential of having the salary in your hands.
Am I thinking about that kind of wealth in the right way as using it as an asset?
Yeah, it becomes a whole asset you can move around. And it's not locked into just espionage. It's that person has immense wealth on their person, or easy access to that much wealth. Because you're sitting on thousands upon thousands of Solari. But that's an insane amount of money for someone to have personally. That said, though,
Okay.
you getting 10 versus the ruler getting 2, it's still one wealth asset.
Right.
It's just that you command a higher salary because of who you are.
Okay, well, I'm going to say that I'm going to take it. However, if we go on further and we find something we really need 10 wealth for, then I would be willing to give it up.
Okay, I'm giving up my salary for this month. Then the treasurer has seen the needs of the house and will abstain for this month. Besides, we live a ascetic lifestyle anyway. That's
If we run out of money.
Does the ruler take? Is the ruler taking their salary?
No.
Is the marshal taking their salary?
I'll refrain for this month.
I would argue yes. Actually, you never know when you might need it. Because, troops and things cost money. Police cost money. You never
Fair
know
enough.
whose palm you're going to have to grease. I'd take it.
I'll take it then.
All right, so that puts total salaries
29
to 29.
out of... Yeah, 29 out of 60.
And treasurer, you may want to note that down in your ledger just so you know that's what's happened.
You got it.
So you've paid for your house skills, you've paid for your rolls, or you plan to anyway. I'll ask for an ascent at the end of income just to make you triple check that is exactly what you want. Because once you've locked it in and you go into ventures, you can't go back. You've already spent the money. So just warning you. So yeah, there are the 3 things other than just upkeeping, just paying, making sure people go to work in general. Now it's all the extra stuff like, what kind of military do you have? How loyal is the population? Now, and it does note that population loyalty and discipline are 2 different things. Discipline is how much they're kept in line and how quick they are to respond to your orders. Loyalty is how much the people actually like you and how much they're willing to help spies mess with you. And lifestyle is just how you're seen by how you're dressed. Like, we've made some certain assumptions. You guys are paid, have had at least noble attire. But you may decide, well, given our new direction for the house, maybe we don't want to look all that fancy, or we want to look even fancier than we already do. This will decide your general appearance as well, and how noble houses treat you, or even commoners treat you, for that matter.
So we're at 21 wealth left.
That's what I got 60 minus 39.
Yeah, 60 minus 39. No, 29. Not 39.
Nope, 39 because the house skills.
39. Roger, noted.
All right, then you can feel free to use the authority granted to you, treasure, to stop me, but I'm about to go on a firing spree.
Firing spree?
I'm about to kick out the sword master, the scholar, and the chief physician. Because right now we can afford to have two of these things at an acceptable level. We can't afford to have all three of them at an acceptable level. Right. Either we can all live poorly, have okay people and okay troops, or we can have the people hate us, have okay troops and okay wealth, or right, the people can accept us, we can have some wealth and no troops. But it's not like we can have a good thing at the expense of a bad thing. We can't have three okay things. So
counterpoint, yes we can, because what's stopping us from having three okay things?
but we don't have the money.
It costs 30 wealth to have all of them at
10.
At 10, yeah. Noble lifestyle is 10, acceptance of the populace is 10, and a ground defense force is 10.
Which is not even the things I'd like to have. That's just the minimum I'm willing to accept.
Well, we could do all that firing, and I could forego my salary to get us an extra 25.
Well,
which doesn't do us much.
I'm only trying to fish for another 9 points.
So what would you like to see here? I guess is a good place to start.
Ground defense, acceptance, and noble.
Okay.
That's not that is kind of the minimum I'm willing to accept.
Okay, so yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. What would you like to be able to do?
What is your optimum world?
Well, that would be I think noble wealth is where I'd want that one to be at.
Yeah, agreed.
I guess.
I don't know, I think acceptance is probably okay for population loyalty. I mean, from the description, that's pretty much that comfortable middle ground. You get no bonuses, but you get no minuses.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether, if I'm choosing to spend a little extra money here, do I want to push acceptance into appreciation or ground defense into planetary defense?
I honestly would go for the latter. If we were going to push something up to 20, I'd spend it on planetary defense.
I have a question. Do we freaking need it?
Well, our neighbor is a big military house.
Yeah, they're pretty powerful. So,
and do we expect them to march up to us any day now and screw us up?
We'll point out they haven't declared Cantley against you.
Yeah.
No, and in fact, they're further from doing that now than they were.
Well, then maybe ground defense is all
but
we need there.
But the reason in a vacuum, right? The reason the ruler's going to advocate for it is because it's their ambition, not because it's actually the most important thing. Hence why giving the veto button.
Because to me it just seems damn silly. Like, why on God's green earth would we need planetary defenses yet?
Well, remember, this is not planetary defense is not an offensive force to go take things from other people. That planetary defense means we have everything in place to safely repel people attacking us. Doesn't mean we have the troops to go attack other people. That
Yeah, and
costs more.
The flip side of that is we also have a bunch of our infrastructure in orbit. So if we go down one level to ground defense, then we're not really in
the
a good
Highliner and all
position.
that's left undefended.
Right. And that's our primary source of income. So I mean, it honestly might be necessary just to, safeguard our primary means of income.
I mean, yeah, but is it necessary if we're not in open canley with someone? Like today, right now, right here?
Well, let's
okay.
So that's what I'd like. Let's go through it step by step and ask who I can fire or what salaries I can get back.
Right.
Because I can't even get to level 10 without doing that.
So if you fired 2 of the 5-point costers, you could get to level 10s across the board.
Okay, and that was the Scholar and the Swordmaster.
Yeah, I mean, or the Scholar and the Physician or whatever. Those are the 3 that cost 5 each. If you fired all of them and I gave back my salary, you would have a total of 46 points to spend, which, you could get your planetary defense and the other 2 at 10.
You giving back your salary is entirely the decision of your character.
Right. That's
kind of you should decide, are you going to do that or not, and then tell me what happens, because it's not up to me, so I can't ask.
Right. But I mean, she's willing for the good of the house to not take a salary, because it's not like, I mean, the salary gives her an extra asset, but I'm just telling you what the numbers come out to. If you fire all 3 of those people and I give my salary back, you have a total of 46 wealth. And that means if you went 20 for planetary defense, 10 for acceptance, and 10 for nobility, you spend 40, so you have 6 wealth left over that can be banked.
I'm going to fire the Chief Physician and the Scholar, mostly because Anasio Piloti has already proven himself to the house on one occasion, and we already know who he is, so I would rather keep him than hire 2 new people.
Okay.
So that's 10 wealth back.
So that gets you to 31, 41 if I give up my salary.
So go ahead and put that we're putting 10 in each right now.
Right. But the only way we're getting to a planetary defense is if
well, what I'm saying is go ahead and put them at 10, and then you make that decision, because now it's entirely up to you.
I see your evil game.
There's no game here. It's
I know.
I'm saying it's entirely up to Joanna what decision she makes. So 10 is what we can afford unless you decide to do something.
Right. So yeah, I think, because I agree that we.
Because firing the Swordmaster's not enough. Firing the Swordmaster and the Consort together wouldn't be enough for another.
Yeah.
Firing the Consort, the Swordmaster, and getting the Marshal's salary back even wouldn't be enough.
Right.
Yeah.
The only way is on the 10 for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ground defense, capable planetary ground troops. Yeah, it's really hard for me to not have a planetary defense level for our defense, because so much of our deal is in space.
And
it makes ground defense makes it really clear.
If we do a venture to generate more wealth, do we get to come back and up one of these, or
you'd have to wait till next go around. Okay,
so that wealth is not even usable in this session. It's usable in a different session later down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then we know the acquisition of wealth is kind of actually something we should think about.
Right. Okay. So, but yeah, for this go round, I will not take a salary. So we'll put military power at.
The total salaries go down to 9. Because that's 2 for the Consort. Right. 2 for the marshal, and 5 for the swordmaster.
Okay.
I thought I was 5.
You're only 2. You're just a marshal.
You're only 2. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
That works then.
See, so that's gonna be.
That's why you don't mind having. That's why a house doesn't mind having multiple marshals. They're not that expensive to maintain compared to a full-on swordmaster. It's even
Or
a non.
Bene Gesserit spy master.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bene Gesserit, anything's
rumors are only
expensive.
2, and we mind having more than one of those.
All of you play Bene Gesserit characters. Well, we have no money.
We are constantly trying to get wealth.
Now we all just wave our money, which there's a thing that would be heroic. Like, wait, a bunch of Bene Gesserit sisters that are choosing not to be wealthy? That's odd.
Can you update the chart?
On it.
Update your chart.
Okay.
So you're going through with this for planetary defenses.
Well, I mean, the
Unless you
ascent
veto
will.
me.
Yeah, the ascent can always be revoked. 'cause
Yes,
it's been
I
handed to
am
you.
going to approve a appreciative population, a noble lifestyle, and planetary defenses.
Yeah, so there's where we at. I should probably do a total.
And a veto from the treasurer, because I believe the ascent's been handed to him.
Well, you know, if it makes you happy, what can I say? It's not a wise choice. You know it's not a wise choice. I tried telling you it's not a wise choice. But if you really want it, just have it. So, no veto for me.
This is why you give veto power to yes men.
No, it's you give the veto power to someone who knows when not to use it every time they're displeased, right? Because then it becomes useless.
Okay.
If he used it every time we disagreed, then I would just fire him.
Hey, it's your moon. You can burn it if you want. I'm just
Okay.
razzing you. So we've paid for everything. Ventures. There are at least 2 ventures you can do for this house management session. You can do additional ventures if you had 10 wealth to spare. I don't think you do.
No, we have one.
No, we have 1.
Yeah, no.
We're on 59 out of 60.
So, when you do a venture, you guys are deciding as the architects of this house what the 2 things you're doing for this month are. What are the 2 things the house as a whole is working on? One person leads, other people can assist, but only one person. And if you're doing a venture, you can't be doing the second venture because it's assumed you're working. You can assist with it, but you can't be the main person because you're focused. The whole month is you doing that thing for the most part. Maybe not there in person, but you are the person constantly being reported to about it. So yeah, from 106 onward, there are construction ventures where you can claim domains, expand your estate, establish military bases. You do have a spaceport for free, so you don't have to worry about that unless you want to build another one for some reason, which wouldn't really do you anything, so don't worry about it. There's also boon ventures, which are intangible favors and agreements that can help you with your agent stuff later, like actual session stuff later. I think one of the things, and some of these cost wealth to do, which...
Most of them cost resources.
Yep. Oh, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, so boon ventures, all of them cost wealth. But the building stuff is a resource thing. How much resource do you have?
We have 19.
Anyone have an idea of the venture? Of a venture?
What happens if we try to go for a secondary domain? Not mechanically, but like with our reputation and like how much people want to shoot at us. Does that change?
It's your status that makes people mad at you. So you could, if you're managing to expand your domains, certain ventures say your status increases if you succeed. I think constructing things doesn't do that. It's boon ventures that do that. Boon ventures, when you succeed, your status goes up. When you fail it, your status goes down. I don't think, I'm going to double check. I don't think construction ventures have the same requirement. They do not.
Okay. Then I think there is a double solution here. So the first is expand land. Can we do that on the planet?
You can. You're allowed.
Okay, and we get a single point, a single place for that? A single...
Yeah, single hex. Or space, yeah.
Okay, expand land and then a second venture of domain facility farm. Right, to help alleviate... It accomplishes a couple things.
Yeah.
It turns Erica's personally owned... Actually, we already have a hex, don't we?
You have an asset of land out there. But yeah,
do we need to do the expanded land to be able to build a domain facility, or can we just build a domain facility on that? Like, do we have ownership of a hex somewhere or not?
Give me a second to think. So, thinking out loud. So my initial idea was that whether or not someone took the land access, the land grant asset, people of Salutaris and Agrestis can develop Silvanus because you're lords of Silvanus, Agrestis, Salutaris. It's just that two of the houses dedicated themselves. One house dedicated itself to developing Agrestis, another one dedicated to Salutaris. And that venture was very difficult to accomplish. So you could develop down there. You actually took, as one of your assets, a land grant. Which means your character personally found a way to get it. So I would say... Yeah, no, you could say a hex down there is already something you've already... Your character already has it in hand. Like, you've already have expand land as a thing you've already done ahead of time.
All right, and we've already established that it's not on this map. So, I guess I'm not sure how you want to handle that visually, but then my thought is we only need one venture. Oh,
Domain facility farming.
Domain facility farming helps alleviate the famine, and it helps with our plans. I think it also means we have the deepest productive sap area, right? Because the tribes don't even have developed land this far out.
Yeah, people don't go into the deeper forests unless they're doing training or they're doing some sort of ritual thing. The actual commercial farms and such is closer to the cities.
Probably just for practicality more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I would suggest so you need 10 to get a minor discipline. So this is going to take us a long time to achieve, even if we dedicate to it completely.
Yeah.
It's going to take you the better part of a year. No, 10 months.
I'm willing to commit to the domain facility for now, but it's not Erica's ambition, so I probably won't be its champion next time. Someone else will have to champion it. But I think it's I think as long as the GM agrees that would help alleviate the famine that.
But this facility that we do this time is permanent, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like we have to renew it every time with another venture.
No.
Yeah, well, I mean, this, like you say, it does help directly address the crisis that we're facing. So, and it kind of
ties us in deeper with the tribes, which is what we wanted.
Yeah, and gives us stronger roots in on the planet's surface.
And I would say narratively, it definitely would be you directly trying to alleviate it. Like you hear the crisis and you're responding. Oh well, I better start at least a farm. Will that be something that'll help blunt the blow?
Right.
And during the next session property, you may decide to go, hey, let's go to that farm and try to make that farm produce enough to completely completely alleviate the crisis. For now, it's not nearly as bad. You're not having people starve in the streets if you succeed at these ventures.
Or, depending, it could be we get really high quality sap and we next adventure go through chome deals to get food for it at a good rate. Something like that. Okay, so yeah, I agree with that's a good idea for first venture.
I'm also in agreement, so that sounds good to me.
I agree.
All right.
So it's domain facility, I believe. Which of those forest hexes do you want to be where you're developed? Because we already know you have a land grant somewhere. That part you've already. Yeah.
But it maybe went over because it was supposed to take like a week of solid marching to get from this place to there. So maybe a little bit of distance. If that seems...
it's pretty deep, we established.
I like the first one better. All right, so this first venture, domain facility, costs 5 resources. Whether or not you succeed, those resources are spent. You are attempting to develop some farms out there in the wood.
Yep.
Flavor-wise, what kind of farms are they? What are you building out in those forests? Are you chopping down all the trees? Are you cultivating a sort of deep forest orchard of some sort? Are you trying to rustle cattle of some kind in the forest?
I think it's an orchard, right?
Yeah.
An orchard. Orchards are, I don't know, weird because they take a long time to set up and actually, have an effect on anything.
Well, in this case, aren't we talking about a tree sap orchard where we're just tapping?
Well, there are
trees?
actual fruit-bearing and food-bearing trees. It's just that the Silvani tree, quote unquote, is the. Some people tap them, but there are certain trees other than the Silvani trees that are like peach trees and apple trees. Right. Local Silvani versions of them, but people don't go to Silvanus for its berries. Let's put it that way. They're nice, but Ikaz berries are way better, for example.
Or we could do barley so we can make beer. Yeah,
Get people too drunk to feel hunger there.
Yeah, just putting that out there.
I suppose it falls to what the ruler, what you as architects deem the correct choice and who's actually doing the building. Because someone's actually going out into that forest this month and building.
The ruler's already headed there.
Yeah.
So, are any of you coming along? Is the question. Because if none of you are coming along, then it's going to be me.
Joanna was going to come along just to get some time in the forest. She wasn't going to do the whole, outdoor adventure party that you guys were doing, but she was coming. She was going to visit the Reverend Mother's space in the forest and do some meditating on her her drive statements.
What's your discipline like?
I think this uses the house numbers as a venture. Correct, GM?
Yep, it's your drive statement that you add. You do the
okay.
drive part of it. The house does the
And
discipline.
we're actually good at discipline.
Right. So is that farms or discipline? Okay, yeah. So we've got discipline of 6.
Here's where we wish we didn't fire a counselor.
Okay.
You didn't hire one in the first place.
Joanna does have a survival Silvanus deep forest discipline that might apply to creating particularly a sap farm or something here, because we know that process is difficult or is dangerous.
Yeah, I don't have any focus is the drive statement, and I would be using duty probably, and I have a drive statement for it, but it's only one success, so I mean, you seem pretty well set up, so if you want to go for it.
Yeah, well, where does the drives come from? Is it our drives?
Your drives, because you're the one making it happen. You're the reason it's happening, better way to put it.
Okay. Geez, to build a farm, I don't know exactly.
Okay, well, you need to be in the fire because of famine, so duty and justice jump out to me here.
Yeah, and I have a drive statement on duty that would come in. We are not born to serve ourselves alone.
I would agree with that, yeah.
You let me use the Silvanus deep forest survival discipline?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, focus. okay, so it's the house's discipline, which is
6
plus my deal. Let's see.
And I don't know if, for those watching, I don't know if I'd have to double check. I don't know if you could, by book you could do this, but it's a guideline anyway. So I kind of like the idea of a person's focuses coming into a house discipline because you have a specialist who's helping the house do this. So it makes sense to me.
Now the consort gives us 2 extra
bonus momentum but that only comes in if you succeed, right?
No, it's bonus momentum. Okay.
Yeah.
Not momentum that we can apply to buy dice.
No.
Okay. What's the difficulty here?
1. Pretty busy. It's pretty straightforward to build something. To build a DUNE facility.
Okay, so actually, I'm going to go ahead and roll it flat, but I'm going to spend my determination on my drive statement of we are not born to serve ourselves alone.
I agree with
since
that.
we're doing this. Okay. And I'll just roll flat. I do have a focus.
1, 2, 3, 4 so far.
Yep. I know the focus came in handy.
Any assist from the ruler?
Does this block me from helping
No.
or being involved in other?
No.
Okay.
This locks in.
Mother out in the forest.
This locks down Johanna to do that. She's either in the forest helping build it, or she's dealing with people coming back to her going, "Hey, we want to check with you about this, that, and the other." It's like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Oh no, she's totally in the forest.
Yeah.
That is a success because I used my discipline, and the house's discipline is 1 higher. So that would have given me a 12, which is a success.
Yeah, my discipline was the same as the house, so I just rolled it.
Very good. So, I will note I could have spent my threat to make that harder to represent enemies or just the forest being hard to do, but I had no good reason to think narratively why it would be hard for the Reverend Mother of Silvanus to struggle in the deep wood. And there's a whole military of troops around the ruler who are probably helping out as well, like because you're going on a march out there. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people out here, and the Sylvania, and you guys didn't anger the tribes in any way when you met them. The 2 times you met with the chief and their people, so
He brought us out here.
yeah. You guys can be like, oh, you tribal people. It's like, well, we want to do something in the forest. Yeah, for some reason the tribes don't want to be nice to you. Go figure.
So I think we gained 4 momentum off of that, all told.
That's good.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 minus 1 is 4, plus the
2 bonus momentum, so 6. Well, gain 4, but 2 stay on the table.
2 float. If you want to, oh, I'll put the your farming token up before I forget it.
Can you like increase the quality of a domain or a domain's products or something? With momentum?
1 moment. I'm trying to find something.
I mean, I'm not sure what to use bonus momentum for in this.
Asking questions about as a result of this task. Establishing an advantage in that hex, something that's beneficial about that area that you know is true because you were there and you helped build the farming place out there.
That sounds like a good idea. Anybody got a good
Or develop an
trait
asset
to-
because it's 2 momentum. Sorry,
Looking for ideas on what to upgrade it as?
Well, it sounds like we can put a trait on the farm if we want to,
Ooh,
Oh.
that sounds like a good idea.
and then we probably need to spend to make it sticky. Is that right?
If you're just adding a trait to it, no. If you're creating an asset, you'll need to spend to make it sticky.
Okay.
Because you've gone through
Right.
the house management trouble of building a farm over the course of 30 days. I'll give you a break.
Okay.
Just make it a bountiful farm, so it produces more than your average farm.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll add the tooltip. Bountiful.
So does this kind of going to count it as 2 facilities, or?
What I'll say is that it won't count as 2 facilities, but I will say that it will definitely alleviate the crisis. So I won't pick on you about the food crisis anymore, because not only did you build a farm, you didn't just build a farm, you built a farm that was bountiful in how much it gives way more than it normally would for what it is. It doesn't count as a second domain, but it certainly helps with your food crisis. And it will help with future things, because that's a trait that Hex has now. Also, if someone attacks you and attacks that, then that trait goes away with it, because they're stealing it from you. But no one's at war with you yet. I'm just saying theoretically.
He said, yeah, that's when we got planetary defenses.
So that's 1 venture down. What's your second venture, House Bellezza?
I assume that's some Canadian joke I'm too American to understand. Does British Columbia have problems with their farms?
I'm not sure whether or not that explanation will damage Twitch's rules, so I'll explain after stream.
Fair.
Appreciate it.
There's a reason I put it in chat instead of voicing it.
Oh, okay. I don't see how we can spend resources to get wealth.
I think it's one of those where we can, like, if we got a mine, that will give us extra resources, and we could.
Wealth
do a
ones
venture.
are based like Chome Agreement. It's one of the boon venture things. Chome Agreement's one.
Yeah,
where you get extra
but
wealth.
that would be converting wealth into resources. We want to do the other way around.
I mean, I guess I could go on a wealth venture, or a Chome Agreement venture, maybe.
If you had 5 wealth.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the thing. It looks like the creating wealth things are all boon ventures. The only other thing to do is to get a construction venture that we can then give us extra resources that we could then use a venture to turn into wealth and blah, 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 blah.
Pleasure district's another way to do it. Yeah, not right now, but it makes future maintaining of the population cheaper because you have a nice place. People will entertain themselves.
Yeah, it takes 10 resources to do it. Only changes the future cost by 1 wealth.
Right.
How much money do we have left? How much resources?
14.
1. Oh, 14. Oh, right.
Also, storage facilities is something to think about if you want to stockpile resources.
That's right, because you can only bank 10 resources at the end of a management session.
And we don't have a reason, I think, to bank much, because the things you would bank for are expand estate and claim domain, neither of which we're prepared to do at the moment.
Yeah, what we're really, as far as our pre-game talks are about, we're needing to bank wealth because ultimately we want to fund a discovery, which will cost us 30 wealth.
I mean, so much has changed. No one has pursued that or brought it up since we started, right?
Right.
So
yeah, I'm just putting that out there. But I mean, of course, the flip side is, you bank enough resources, then you can do one venture and turn that into cold hard cash and bank it for your next monthly thing. So, because there's no limit on how much wealth you can bank, just resources.
Oh, wait, the changing resource into wealth finish, which, well.
I mean, if there's nothing else we really want, that might not be the worst venture to do, because then we have X amount of wealth banked for next month. Unless you really wanted to do military development.
I'm looking at, right, that's the thing I'm going to suggest because of ambition, but
Well, let me do
Oh, it's not called its own thing. So converting wealth and resource is just a flat it isn't a venture per se. It eats a venture action to do.
Yeah.
So for each 3 wealth gains 1 resource. 1 resource gains 3 wealth. You can convert as a venture.
Right. Without having them roll.
okay. And we have 14 left.
Yeah, so we could convert. GM, are you rounding up or down for 1/2?
There's some guidance here for me. 1 second.
Because it comes out to 9.5 as our halfway mark, which is the most we could convert.
Okay. Scroll more. I would round up at 0.5, just using math rules.
So we could convert up to 10 resources into wealth and then bank 4 resources for next time, because that's below the 10 max.
My request is going to be spend 8 on a garrison for the farm and then convert the rest.
It is a venture to convert, just to warn you.
Oh, okay. So no, we can't. Okay.
We're not gonna get attacked tomorrow. Like, come on, man.
Well, and to be fair, we can, we can in play, because we're deep enough in the forest where our cozying up and doing some diplomacy with the tribes will help for defense.
Yeah, I mean the idea's gone out the window because we don't have enough ventures.
What's the conversion rate? I think it's
1
one
to 3.
resource is 3 wealth. So 30, we'd get 30 wealth in the bank for next time.
Go for it.
Fair warning about wealth. There is no true ceiling for wealth because Tome likes your money like anyone else. The minute you have 20 or more wealth, you become a target for thieves. So at the end, at the downtime part of it, what they call end of year and downtime, this will be end of month. If you're above, you have 20 or more wealth, I roll d20. I may choose to roll a d20 to see if someone tries to steal your wealth from you.
Which
And
is
do we get
many downtimes away.
Well, no, it'll happen at the end of this. Or
At the end of each
Or
house
the end
management thing, yeah. Because normally house management's a yearly thing, so I'm treating it as the final stage. That's why I'm warning you now before you lock it in.
Can we get stolen for everything, or just
If I roll a 20, I steal 20 wealth. If I roll 1 to 7, I steal nothing.
I'm willing to take this risk, honestly.
No, because we're risking 20 to gain 10. Let's just convert 20 and hold the rest.
10. No, 20 is math.
So let's hold on to 10 resources to, not 10. Because it's up by 3. It's 3.
Right.
So it would be 7 resources for. Oh no, because that'd be 21 wealth, and we don't want to go over. So
you want to be at 19 or lower for thieves not to care about you. Thieves, crooked investors, envious rivals.
Well, it's not. He only gets 20 if he rolls 20.
No,
7,
but he's
happens.
very much likely to steal. The average though is to steal 10.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to lose that much.
Well, I mean, but the flip side is, okay, we bank 30, we lose 10, we still got 20 extra wealth going into the next house management thing, which means instead of having 60 wealth to spend, we have 80. Now, I mean, again, we could lose more, we could lose less. But at the average, I mean, that still leaves us with 20 extra wealth, and we've seen how handy that could come in.
All right, then that's what we'll do.
So you're spending a venture to convert some of your resources in the Chome market into hard cash to be put into the guild bank to be spent for later ventures.
Yeah.
Can we pay out paychecks from this cash?
You already fired them. You'll have to rehire them next time.
No, for us, I mean.
No.
It'll be there next time when we do salaries.
Oh well, fair enough.
Okay.
See, there's already one a crooked investor. I mean, a mentat. I mean, treasurer.
I mean, not getting goddamn paid.
That was entirely your choice, so.
Okay, so
fine. Let me go retroactively take my pay then.
We've got 31 wealth banked and 4 resources banked.
So 31 wealth's in the bank?
And 4 resources, if you want to note that in your
Okay,
ledger.
so hang on. 31 resources. No, sorry, 31 wealth?
Yeah. 4 resources.
Okay, noted.
And I can roll at the start of next session and apply this to stored wealth. I'll just do it now just so you know it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to roll a challenge die to see if anyone is paying attention. If I get a 5 or 6, someone's going to try to rob you. If I get less than that, there's other targets to be had.
Oh, Treasurer, your total of our monthly resources is wrong. It should be 19, not 16.
No one robs you this month.
Ooh.
Ew.
Other things at hand. Other people have that problem. Now, each of you get a personal venture. You each get one thing that your character is doing. For Johanna, I'll note, this is something you're doing when you're not working on the farming stuff.
Right.
And that starts on page 114. Each of you gets one. And these are all the suggested ones. If you have something that's outside of these ventures, I can try to figure out a way to create a role for it.
So we each get how many?
You each get one.
Okay.
And of course,
Well,
it's your role because it's your venture you're doing.
I already know exactly what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
Unfortunate or not. Train subordinates. I think that's what our little march into the forest would be.
I would say so, yeah. Let's swap over to the smack. Silvanus. I'm fixing that now. I just saw it, and it's going to irritate me if I don't fix it.
On page 14 of what book, sorry?
Houses of Landstrad.
114.
114. Okay.
Yes.
So into deep forest you go, along with your troops, along with the rangers who are teaching you the ways of the deep forest. The march there, Johanna being along with you for the march. You're in. These are the people. The people you're training are those.
They are Bellezza's condemned. They
Bellezza
are former provocateurs forced into a binding promise to serve the house. Currently, their keywords are irregular, melee weapons, shielded, and loyal. And they are quality 3. They're about to, if I succeed at this, they'll become quality 4.
And I'll note that they are. If you succeed at this, you will have 3 bonus momentum because of their quality. Well, sorry, 4 because they'll be up 1. I will note that you are getting an assist die from the Rangers. They will roll to see if they help you or not. Because you did ask for someone to train you, so the people training you are actively trying to make sure you succeed. Johanna, you can roll to assist if you wish, because narratively it makes sense for you. Your character is there. Whether or not the marshal or the treasurer is going on a hike as well, that's up to them.
Hikes are not my jive, so I think Johanna said she might want to go. But Ensley's on a quick BRB, so wait. Take a water break.
How about you, Moonshadow? You going for a short hike, or are you focusing on something else for sure? It doesn't have to be exclusive. I'm just asking if your character is going on this I was gonna say death march, this challenging march into the deep wood.
I and my people will be guarding the false coffin.
Huh? So,
Because we don't. There have been attempts on the consort, and the consort is not here. So I'm going to assume that if there is going to be an attempt on anyone, it will be planet side. It's going to be on the false coffin.
Gallia might actually be here because it was bonus momentum granted by the consort that allowed the Reverend Mother to make that plot bountiful.
Fair enough. If she's here, then I definitely would be here because somebody tried to assassinate her recently.
Then we could say that Pelodi is the only person we paid for is back on the moon protecting the air.
Oh, Ensley, is Joanna going to the woods?
Oh, and I need to, before we even roll, I need to add a keyword because they get another type of weapon from that swordmaster, right?
Yeah,
there's 2.
Joanna's not going on the outward bound with the regent and the criminals, but yeah, going into the woods to supervise the construction of the farm, and then eventually she'll have a scene next time we play in the wood.
How specific do I need to be with those types of weapons? Because
Spears, swords, pistols.
okay, because I was going to
rifles.
say they already have melee weapons, so if I just took something called ranged weapon, that'd be every type of weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that specialty means that when you have a minor character that's created from them, it's the sword. They had that focus with them because the swordmaster gave it to them. Because they wouldn't have melee weapons as a focus normally, but if they are pulled out of that as a minor, the swordmaster goes, "Hey, that guy has spears or pistols or las gun or whatever." But you could add it as a trait to the whole unit. The whole unit's like that.
What's a kind of I guess there is, if you were like waiting in ambush to attack house troops, you're not going to shoot at them ranged. You're going to jump out at them and start slashing, right? Because there isn't really a ranged weapon that can deal with shield infantry. There's not a ranged weapon that can really deal with them.
Okay.
Sorry, what was
Is
that? That may have been hot mic. I don't know.
I think it was.
Sorry, that was me. My fault.
So yeah, there is a weapon that can go into shields, but it's like I think it's like hunter seekers, like a very specific type of assassin's pistol can go through it. It's not something you'd see in open warfare. It's an assassin's weapon. It's too finicky for mass use. That's why almost all armies, if you see shielded guys, it's like, no, get your sword out. No one's gonna be digging out the specialized shield piercing pistol.
Then I'll make it swords and axes, because in a kind of a pioneer, like Foreign Legion kind of sense, right? There, to some degree, they also have to be, because they're training in the force, they have to have some pioneer ability, which axes provide much better than swords. All right. So what do you want me rolling here?
It is going to be an understand roll, difficulty of 2. And you know what? I will not increase the difficulty with threat because there's a very good reason why this wouldn't be harder for you than it already is. There is a trait in the area that makes it not a good reason for me to spend threat.
Okay. Then I think duty, because right, these troops serve me, but they're the best our house now has to offer to defend our people. So by spending so much effort to train them, the house is more protected.
Plus, you're making sure they're personally being trained as well. Like, you're personally overseeing their development, so rather than outsourcing it to a war master.
All right.
Would you like to spend any momentum or threat? Situation.
So, he made it 1 difficulty. Gave me 1 dice. What did the scouts help with?
The rangers are going to roll an assist die.
Okay. I'm going to spend determination, because this is entirely in line with ambition, drive. This is the big thing that Eric has been working for.
The house serves me and I them. I think that drive statement applies.
Which means this is all for bonus. But I'll leave the momentum on the table because I'm already going to get a bunch at the end of this roll.
Ooh, I don't think they help you. No, there's no way. The math doesn't work.
So we actually end up being able to rely on ourselves more than just
Like the Rangers set up the challenges and point you in the way to do it, but you guys are largely. It's not because of their training you're doing well. You guys are figuring it out on your own.
all right. So that just increases them to quality 4. Is there any way I can affect their keywords with the bonus momentum?
What keyword are you thinking, or what are you thinking of changing? It's a maybe, is what I'm saying.
Let me look at the example.
And actually, to give you some ideas as well. So the training regimen is a lot of once you go into the woods, like when you're in the more cultivated woods, there are. If you're in any of these woods, it is a lot of. As long as you know what you're doing and following the map, you can find camps and villages here or there. You can get lost out there if you don't have any sort of forestry knowledge or orienteering knowledge, and then some poor tribesperson is going to stumble upon you. But once you go past the Silvanus Lindor into the deep forest, now you're running to spots where most people don't go. That's where the living shadows are. That's where the canopy of light blue trees blankets blots out the strawberry sky, and it is almost always you're almost always walking in shade. The only reason it isn't completely dark in there all the time is because in the darkness, and especially at night, it gets even especially dark. There are the various critters, it's like spiders and snakes and other such critters. They actually have luminescent adornments, like almost like fins or flares or spots that are illuminated. So you don't so much see the outline of a creature, you see the light of a creature crawling up a tree or in between some roots or softly glowing in a bush somewhere. It isn't the places, and one thing you learn very quickly is that it isn't the places that have light that are scary. Most stuff that's a light is trying to get you to leave it alone. Or trying to let other things know, don't squish me. Don't run into me. The places that are the darkest, you do not go to somewhere that is lightless, because there are creatures that practically absorb light, and if you go into an alcove, that living shadow will grab you and haul you off, and you are most certainly dead, shield or not.
So before we built this farm, this was the Silvanus Lindor.
Well, no, the Silvanus Lindor is the grove here that you're on. Like, this is the grove. This is the farm.
What I'm saying is, before we built the farm, these tiles were just unclaimed wilderness.
Yeah, that's.
And the intention was to take some bit of a journey, so we would have had, I think, to journey through 2 of these untamed tiles.
Yeah, you would have had a long way to go. And actually, they made sure you didn't go too far. Another hex that way, so you would have went duh. Because that does put you. Because it's easier for people to go to like Wildwood or Sylvan Reach, or come down in a shuttle straight to the Yelindor, and then walk to where they're going. Because there's actual somewhere to land at the Grove. And then go, okay, now I'm going to go this way. They would not want you to go this way. Like off the map. Because then you're going into the deepest of deep, and they don't think it's a good idea. They would make sure you moved away from the Grove, but not too deep. Because then it gets darker and darker the deeper you go. There's less and less creatures.
All right, Dan, taking just a look at the elite troops, the Fedakeen and the Sadukar as guides. Forest power.
Yep.
And what is that going to cost me?
I'll cost you 2. 2 of the bonus momentum.
Okay, the second thing I would like to do is spend 2 to create the asset of artillery, and then 2 to make it permanent. The reason being that these troops have far and away exceeded what the shield infantry is capable of. And so now I'm going to relegate the shield infantry to just like either, let them put their regimental colors in the museum, whatever, and you all go back and do other jobs now. However that works out, right? They're being demobilized because they simply aren't the caliber of troops that we have available now. And because I have specialist warfare, the shield infantry were taken because of that talent, so I have to replace them with a warfare asset. I can't replace them with a non-warfare asset.
Okay.
So this is just like, probably more than anything, this is after seeing how successful the troops handled it, how good they are now. It's like sending letters back to some of the regimental colonels or whatever, being like, yeah, with the shield infantry not needed anymore, demobilize them, and you know what, go ahead and get me some artillery. Malvolus has it, I want it. And I think that's all from me. That's all I spent.
I'll say to you as well, since you took the forest power trait, your troops have an understanding that sometimes in the forest being seen isn't the worst thing, especially in Silvanus. But making sure people don't know precisely what they're looking at helps. So camouflage isn't the art of being purely invisible, it's the art of looking like something that isn't threatening. And indeed, if there's too much absence, like living shadows, people will be on guard, because forests are not devoid of life. Forests always have life in some form. So if you're going to pretend you're in there, pretend something is in there. And that lets people who assume the deep forests are without life, despite how dark they are, have misunderstood what darkness really means. As your Reverend Mother would surely know. But we look to someone else's venture. Who wants to go next?
I can. I'm going to use my time down on the planet overseeing the building of the farm to develop a contact among the tribes.
Develop a contact, are you?
Yeah. If you want me to get specific, it makes sense to me for it to be among the Sapweaver collective, since that's the kind of farm that we're developing. Or you can just keep it more at like Silvani tribes.
Well, you're gonna name them too, so yeah, and every tribesperson would have a clan they're from, so
yeah,
a Sapweaver is not unreasonable. It'd be weird if you chose if it was a Wind Whisperer or Sapweaver, it makes sense. A Moon Shadow, it's possible. A Sapweaver is not a bad idea. Is there a reason for me to be difficult with you? Not really. This looks like a communicate check for you to, where are you making this contact? Is it at while you're passing through the Silverworth Lindor? Do you split off to find them in one of their villages?
I would guess, particularly if it's being from the Sapweaver collective, is that it's when I'm down there building the farm. Oh,
one of the Sapweavers who are consulting with you.
Yeah, I mean, some, muckety muck amongst them, because of course that's how I would do it, was to create the farm along, the the best lines that the Silvani tribes have come up with. So yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, difficulty 2, communicate.
Okay. Neurolinguistics as a focus.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what's the statement? I think I'm going to go for duty, since this is part of my ambition to, create an intelligence network for all relevant players.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really. I don't feel like truth really works here, but I think duty, because she's working out her duty as a spy master, fits better.
We are not born to serve ourselves alone. Because, yeah, in a way you are, by connecting them into your whisper network, as it were, you're ensuring that if the Sapweavers need to tell you something, they have a way to do it.
Right, and that also I've got, a source of information from within them. So,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Diff 2, what am I rolling here? My best, so I'm going to spend some resources. I think I will give you 2 momentum and 1 threat for 3 dice. No, for 4 dice, because I can math.
Mm-hmm.
If any of my talents come into play. I don't suppose other memory with specific things about the Silvanus would be beneficial.
One second. Not in this case.
Okay. So
I was trying to see if you ever River Mother had met this particular Sapweaver lineage. They haven't.
Okay. So yeah, let me just roll this.
Because you might be like, I knew your father and your father's father and your father's father and your mother's mother.
Right.
And it's like, you're like part of my family apparently. It's like, oh, I haven't met this Sapweaver. What? There's a lot of Sapweavers. That doesn't.
Well, I hit it with 3, gain 1.
So you develop a Sapweaver contact. Probably someone who. Do you want them to be someone who works on the farm, like a Sapweaver who is employed at the farm, or is it someone who helped with the farm and they go back to their tribe and they live near the farm, sort of thing?
Yeah, I want somebody that is best placed to keep me in the loop about what's going on with the Sapweavers and in the forest, and it's basically an intelligence contact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I would try and go for somebody who probably didn't stay on the farm, but was more higher up in the sap weavers.
Add a keyword to them, consultant.
Okay.
That would make sense because some Sapweavers aren't necessarily ritual Sapweavers or farmer, like they're part of the farming ones. There's ones that are the people who know things. It's like
Right.
I teach other people how to do Sapweaver ways. For how much? For Solari, a fair amount. But
Right. Yeah.
like I make my money. I make my Solari in different ways.
Let's see the base. His contacts. Okay. There's not just like a generic contact. Black market trader, courtesan.
Let me. I don't have the core book open, surprisingly. I didn't need it until now. That's not a humble brag. I genuinely didn't.
Maybe experienced, resourceful.
Oh yeah, they would have Sapweaver should be one of them because that delineates specifically what they're good at. Because me and you both know what that means. So
consultant, Sapweaver.
Third one I'm kind of a question mark on.
Knowledgeable or expert or
knowledgeable seems like a good one.
Cool.
So a knowledgeable Sapweaver consultant. And you can name them something Sapweaver.
Yeah. I'll figure out a name
Yep.
before next time.
All right, to the marshal or to the treasurer?
Go ahead, Millie. I'm still thinking about mine.
All right. I need to figure out what I want as well. What page again?
114.
114. Okay, thank you. And of course, Google Docs is not there.
If you need more time to think, I guess I can go ahead with mine.
I have a
Right.
question if both of you are thinking.
Yeah, it's just Chrome is being very slow about reading the PDF for me.
Oh,
Go ahead, Winchester, then I'll go.
I was just reading more on artillery, and it's really actually not a thing I think we would end up using because it's mostly used for unshielded infantry, and it's kind of indiscriminate, which is not our approach to warfare. So would you mind if I went with that spend on a house shield instead?
certainly.
All right, then that's what quality?
What quality was the shield infantry you lost?
2.
I'll make it 2. Seems fair. Some of them are basically retrained to like, well, you're shield infantry. Well, you're shield experts. You can either take your cashier check out now, or you can transfer into the house shield division. It's like, oh, well, I'll just go over there. I already know how to use shields.
All right. Any errant las gun discharges on our planet now is going to kill everyone. So be careful.
Hooray for nuclear warfare. Can I seek out a romantic connection?
You certainly can. Where do you want to look?
Do you remember the little lady I spoke to on the party that we had? She was in the dance hall with that other fella.
Uh-oh.
You mean the consort? The air consort?
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Was that her?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh no.
1 second.
Unless you specifically say no.
Oh, I'm just probably gonna up the difficulty as well.
Oh my god.
So your D10, you wanted to make a romantic partner out of the air Oh, I know her name now. It's
I get shit for wanting some good troops, and you're gonna go, get putting your nose in places it doesn't belong.
the Lady
Hey,
Serafina.
Who says you're the only one who gets to have fun?
Oh, she's okay.
The Holy Church. That's who. No, they actually don't care. They only
She's
care
kind of
about
a
nobles
hottie.
having fun.
Kind of a hottie. Lady Seraphina, she's kind of a hottie, yeah.
So
kinda
now
like,
we're gonna be in conflict with a major house.
Not necessarily in conflict with them.
I guess that depends. If he expands this and seeks 2 more romantic connections, then actually it could ingrain us deeper with them.
Although that is one of my next targets for a espionage asset is Arconus or Valorian.
Lady Serafina is usually found at the Palace Silvanus. Gonna make a trip to the Palace Silvanus to try to woo her as best you can. So
Woo, woo,
Whoa.
woo.
Philistines. The so the place to find her is at the Palace Silvanus. Do you try to court her at the palace, or do you try to meet her like elsewhere on the planet? Do you try to invite her up to Salutaris or elsewhere in the 3 worlds?
Well, I would like to perhaps invite her up to Salutaris to see our beautiful structures that we have in town. They say that they're quite the marvel to behold.
Do you invite her to the capital or to one of the outlying towns on the moon?
To the capital, of course.
Okay, so
It would be very crass to invite her anywhere else.
town folk will mind that. I mean, who cares?
Yeah,
They're not nobility.
with all their 3 teeth they got in their mouth.
Jesus.
Jeez, I didn't know you treated your people that poorly. So
Settle down there, you red-lipped bastard.
So I'm going to up the difficulty of this to 5. Because Lady Seraphina is, it's not impossible. You can attempt to romance her. She does appreciate intelligence. She does appreciate a bit of boldness, which you trying to romance her at all would intrigue her at the very least. It's like, oh, okay, so you're not scared of a major house. Good for you. I mean, you might not like what happens, but hey, you know what? People take their chances. So this is a communicate roll, difficulty 5.
Okay.
But it is possible.
Would any of my drive statements offer a determination here? Maybe justice?
Why
Or
are you...
per-
do-
Or
what-
or
put-
perhaps truth, because statistically I have a chance.
I would say back to you, do you believe the drive is... What reason is your character doing it? That would be the reason to do the drive. And if the statement doesn't counter what you're trying to do, then that'd be the drive you'd do. So I would look to which
Well-
statement makes the most sense, and then if none of the statements make sense, then you go to one of the other 2 non-statement ones.
When I spoke with her, she exhibited intelligence, which I found, of a different sort than mine. But I found myself envious of it, to a certain degree. She was a pleasant conversational partner, and then again, perhaps Kareem does not see the reason why we have to divide ourselves by, major house, minor house, etc. Because in the world that he studied in, it's not that a big of a deal, right? And we as mentats are all like, mentats.
Mm-hmm.
There's no class distinction between mentats. Therefore, why should there be one here?
There might be academic, but not class, yeah.
No, I understand and respect when someone is a greater academic than me, but what does it matter if she's a lady from a completely different house
Mm-hmm.
or a major house for that point?
And a Bene
Because-
Gesserit's sister.
Right, but we are all equals under the auspices of the Emperor, are we not?
I'll follow justice, yep. And I would follow that statement.
All right. How much for a full mit with a threat?
You need to give me, because you're spending your... Are you spending for your drive statement? Your
Yes,
You
determination.
would owe me
Yes.
5.
You take that.
All in threat or momentum and threat?
We don't have enough momentum, right? Or
You have 1 momentum.
Yeah, 1 momentum and then 4 threat, right?
You could do that.
Remind me, are we allowed to let other players make use of an asset?
You could, although they'd want to do that. That you'd have to be aware that it's happening, or you'd be in on it. Let's put it that way. Because
Alright.
your assets are being used. You'd have to, if you were offering it, your character would be letting their asset be used by
And
somebody
there's an
else.
asset I think I could help you with, but I don't know if you want Erica to know about this.
Perhaps not yet, because if it's a failure, I'll lose face. So I tried to just,
You will lose
do
your
it on
face.
my own.
I guess not with Erica, right? Because this is a person who has a consort that is not their spouse.
Oh yeah, I'd lose face with them, and I'd probably get assassinated. So
You lose. Okay, yeah, you might lose face with Lady Seraphina, definitely.
yeah, and get assassinated on the side. But that's just like a side gig. Focused in charm. Jim,
Yeah.
focus in charm. Yes.
Yeah. No. I was surprised you had it. My brain was like, wait, you have charm? You have charm? Holy
Yeah,
crap.
I went the same place. I here there. So wait, a mentat who's charming. Okay.
So do I have 6 dice or 5 dice? 5, right?
5, yeah.
4. Yeah, 5.
There you go. There's a comp, though.
And a couple of comps.
2, 3, 4... Couple.
First off, how much momentum do we gen?
6, 7, 8. 5 was the target, so you generate 3 momentum.
can quash one of those comps, right?
Not in Dune. In Dune, you either take the comp or give me 2 threat.
I'll take 2 threat. What are you gonna do with it?
Well, no. Put it this way. Yeah. Yeah. So if you give me 2 threat, so you're giving me 2 threat rather than suffering a comp.
Yeah.
So, you now have a contact and ally in Lady Seraphina. So she is an asset of yours now. She is, of her 3 keywords, she is in, I would say for sure, she's the heir consort. That's meaningful for you, for her, because you know how close she is. She is Bene Gesserit. And the third thing, I guess the thing you cared the most about her is that she was clever. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So, I misspelled
Okay.
Gesserit, I believe.
Pains me to talk about, people this way, but what quality is she?
Pretty high, actually. You really shot for the moon there. I'm glad you succeed. For your sake, I'm glad you succeeded. Oh, sorry. What was that there, Moonshadow?
Oh, nothing. I was just snickering.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. We got to talk about how quality people are.
I would say quality 3. Not a Reverend Mother, and she's not the leader of her house, but she's a long-standing agent and architect of the fate of these worlds. So she knows more than, she knows a lot of people in both Valorian and Arconis, and she has contacts in the Bene Gesserit. And she herself is a clever person. Huh?
So knows them is an understatement. Married to them would be more accurate.
Well, now also cheating to them, so cheating on them.
Not only with spouses, right, but lifelong friend spouses. You are definitely going to end up like some Mercutio here.
So, in what is this? And feel free to draw a veil or a line here if you like. I'm gonna ask because you sought a romantic partner. Is this a dalliance, or is this a genuine, he's pursuing a romance, or is it hopefully to seek marriage with this person? How deep is his feelings toward this woman?
Well, I think to a certain point, it's not dalliance, but to a certain point, I would say Kareem cares about Lady Seraphina. He wants to show her that maybe he cares more about her and her cleverness than, well, her husband. I don't know. The point of the thing is, it's not a dalliance.
Yep.
Perhaps seeking more in the future.
Do you wish to ask any questions that you learn from your romantic encounter?
Has she got contacts on Agrestis?
She does, both in Chom matters and in the Bene Gesserit.
Okay. Then I try to gauge the reaction to the new Reverend Mother from the other Bene Gesserit. Information is valuable, I suppose, even to our Reverend Mother.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Could she gauge the reaction of all the other Bene Gesserit on the planet towards our new Reverend Mother?
Oh, sure. I can answer that. She would tell you... Would she tell you this... Forgive the detail. Would she be telling you this on a pleasant walk or in your bedchambers? I'll leave it to that level of detail.
On a pleasant walk.
Okay. So as you're walking along, it just tells me how quiet and how roundabout she'll talk about it. Even bedchambers should be a little circumspect because spies are everywhere. Lady Seraphina would say, the sisters of Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris are of immense respect to my mother, and by extension, Silvanus Johanna Mershid. But there are those beyond our blessed worlds that question our adherence to the sisterhood.
How so?
We of Silvanus and its moons have lived a life as old as the Imperium, older still. And we see inhumanity in our relationship with the worlds we live on in a way different than those of Solissa Secundus or Kaitan, Giddy Prime, so on. Humanity, God made the world and the universe for man to hold in shepherdhood. Some see that as a method of dominance, obedience, dominion. Others see it as these moons, these trees below us, above us, I suppose. She looks up at the world of Silvanus up in the sky. We see these things as things we are to shepherd and to steward over. And that is not heresy, but it is a difference of philosophy that can create tension. And does frequently.
Let us say that we wish to improve our Reverend Mother's standing with her sisters across, well, at least the closer universe to us. How would we go about this? And could you help?
There's a question. I'll take that momentum. That is a challenging prospect. Silvanus Johanna Mershid would need to know the mind of the Mother Superior of the Sisterhood, and to that end, impress upon her either that our philosophies are not opposed or a contest, or to submit to orthodoxy. In the way that I could help, at present, I'll be honest with you, dear Kareem, that my duties and my advisory is focused upon Arconus and Valorian, and Silvanus as a whole, for the grand ambition of our steward. Said, if Silvanus Johanna Mershid wishes to consult with me and perhaps inquire further in the sisterhood beyond those who hold their hands out to her, then I could see who elsewhere may have information. But it would be circumspect. It would be with care. But it could be done. It's not impossible.
I shall let her know that your doors are open. Is that all right?
Perhaps she is welcome to give the Lady Seraphina spiritual advice, and I would be welcome to hear the Silvanus Johanna Mershid's advisory upon her pleasure.
I'll nod sagely. Yes.
She kind of nods. Like you can tell from the way she's saying that there's a very specific way she has to go about things.
I shall seek you out at a later time. The walk was utmost pleasant.
Hmm. And Kareem,
Mm.
should you wish to approach me again, and she smirks, or should you dare, I would like to see if you would walk the palace, rather than in the comforting shadow of your fortress landing.
Hmm. If perhaps you wish to imply that your GM, real quick, husband? That she has a husband, right?
She is a consort to the Dukes of Valorian and Arconis. She is not
Ah.
married.
So, how would I say her consorts or her patrons, or what the hell are they to her?
I suppose the polite way to put it would be patrons.
Hmm.
If you're being a little
If-
more crass about it, you might say lovers, but
If you are afraid that your patrons and their potential assassins scared me, you have not calculated pi to the 7 billionth decimal. I shall see you next time in the palace.
we'll see if your numbers prove true, Kareem. Have a pleasant
So,
day.
so far, statistics have not failed me, my lady.
So far, no.
I'll bid her adieu.
Well, wasn't expecting that today, but hey. Mill Moonshadow.
Yeah.
If you're seducing the
so
chief, I give up.
I am not seducing anyone. I am going to train my subordinates.
So you're going to. So are you training them in the same march as the your Falsgrafen's forces, or are you doing standard training up on Salutaris?
I'll train them in. Yeah, I'll train them in the same march. Might as well.
And as you're on the same march, I would be spending a lot of threat to mess with you. However, there is a trait in play at the moment that makes me spending threat not make sense, so I'm not going to.
Alright.
The Rangers won't be assisting you though, because they weren't there to train your troops; they were there to train. Although in that same vein, you're a Moonshadow. It's a matter of, okay, let me teach you all how not to die in the forest.
Yeah.
I may not be a ranger, but I'm a Moonshadow, so let me teach you how I do things.
Yeah.
It's an understand roll, difficulty 2.
Alrighty.
So is Millie being followed by a Moonshadow? Moonshadow?
I will
away
go
with
drive out of duty.
Drive of duty. The reason I should
As
say
is-
no. Yeah, no,
as
that's a good
much
drive.
to me. Like, it's as much to me improving the resources of the house, but also teaching my people how to properly respect the forest for the good of my people.
Like, look, you may not be marshals of the forest, but you know, this is how you learn to be a marshal. So you're gonna teach them how to be a marshal properly.
Yeah. Now, do I just want the 2 or not? I'll spend for 1 extra die.
Are you spending your determination or no? I changed
No.
the cost. Okay. I take my 1.
Does danger sense apply in this case?
Yes, because you'll be able to point out. It's like, Sergeant, get away from there. Why? Just get away from there.
Whew, good thing I bought the extra die. That would have been bad.
So, do you like shadow? Do you shadow the condemned, or do you kind of lead your people off in their own little training exercise in the forest?
Probably on their own, just because my way of doing things would probably be slightly different from the Rangers. And I
what?
don't necessarily want my folks to get mixed messages.
So, what is the moon shadow way to do things rather than the wind whisper way to survive out here? Because you're not a ranger, so you do something very different than they.
Yeah, so the Rangers, I suspect it's all about, like, actual deep knowledge of the forest. For the Moon Shadows, who aren't Rangers at least, it's about being quiet and careful and avoiding danger. So, not attracting the attention of any of the predators, that sort of thing.
We are the darkness.
Yeah.
Sort of
Don't
vibe.
go tramping through the middle of Snake Country wearing shorts without a concern of where you put your feet, type of thing.
Very good. Oh, what quality are they? Are they now? Sorry, because you did succeed.
They previously were quality 3, so I believe that brings them up quality 4.
3, 4. Freaking elite martial. More than elite, actually. That's as good as they can get, I think.
Yeah.
So you have 4 bonus momentum, because you did succeed in training your elite marshals in the ways of the Moon Shadow survival skills.
Yep. Bonus momentum. What should I spend that on?
The creation of an asset, perhaps. Asking questions about the deep wood, since you're already out there.
Oh, actually, yeah. I'll ask questions about the deep woods in that, whether or not there are, well, I assume there are, but I'm not sure if this would be an asset or a question, but what I'm trying to do is build knowledge of my team such that we could use the natural hazards within the deep woods to our advantage in the event that a future conflict occurs there.
Well, heck, you could do what Winchester did with Erica's forces. Give them forest power as a trait.
Yeah.
Because that's what that would be. What did I charge you for that there? For
2.
Just 2? Yep. So you can add another trait of forest power. That shows that they know how to maximize the forest against. They know how to use it to their advantage, and the will of Silvanus is something to be respected, especially by those who understand how the forest works.
So I'll spend that. And if memory serves, I still have 2 extra momentum.
You do, yeah.
Because that was 2. Can I also train them a bit in the natural medicines in the forest? So that, if they're stuck in the middle of the woods, they know how to use the local plants to provide first aid until they can get to a doctor?
I would leave that in. I would keep that under the auspice of forest power, honestly.
Oh, okay.
You wouldn't need to spend for that again. That's you maximizing the forest in another way.
Gotcha.
Because, for example, Savannah sap, one of the main uses of it is it's a medicinal thing. So if you know forest power, you know how to use raw Savannah sap as a emergency tool.
Gotcha. In that case, the other thing would be, can I create an asset of camouflage after having been down there and seen the local light patterns and such? So specifically forest camouflage for that environment.
Well, actually, under Sylvani assets, there's a thing called Forest Shadow Weave.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that'll work.
And to make it sticky, you'd give me 2 threat, but...
Sure. I shall do that. And now my unit has... Or now I have 4 Shadow Reave that I can bestow on my unit.
Oh, you wanted them to have it, not you. You didn't want a personal asset, you wanted them to be camouflaged.
Either, honestly. Actually, no, I'll take it for me, because I could use to be stealthier. In my own movements.
So actually, so probably part of this is you, like, stitching together your own...
Yeah.
Forest Shadow Weave,
Yeah.
cloak to fade away. Because that's the thing about
And
Forest Shadow Weave is that it adapts to whatever's around you. It shifts to match like a chameleon to your surroundings.
Yeah.
Looks weird if you're walking through a palace or through, like, a city, because it's trying to adapt to things. It's like as long as you're moving, it's that moving camouflage look.
Yeah.
Kind of trippy.
What quality would you say it starts out at?
I'll say 1.
Okay.
Moon shadows aren't known for making these, but you've made one, and from while you're in the forest, so you've gotten. It's better than a quality 0 for sure, because it is something that's unique.
Nice. Alright. So yeah, that's my turn.
I guess maybe I should have asked, is there a quality to my Sapweaver contact?
You should ask that. I would say 1.
Okay.
Because it's attached to the forest. So, the 4 of you at the end of the month have the in the next few days. You know, the great conclave at the Silva of the Yulindor is going to be happening. But you have a bit of time to kind of meet each other at Fortress Landing after your various personal ventures and the completion of the house ventures. I give the floor to the 4 of you, and I'll poke Johanna. You have a empty drive at the moment. You don't have to fill it, but you might want to think about that.
Yeah, like I said, I think after overseeing the construction of the farm and spending some time with the Sapweavers and making my contact, she would make her way to the place in the forest that belongs to the Reverend Mother.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to do that scene then. 1 second. That's a very specific place. The sanctum. Do you bring anyone else with you?
I don't think so. This is going to be me kind of meditating on my, what's happened lately and sorting some things out in my own mind and heart. I will bring, I'll put on my shadow weave and pack in, however long of a hike in and out supplies I need and what I need to make tea.
Very good. I won't charge you for any of that. That's the forest will make it available. Let's put it that way.
So yeah, and I've got quality 2 Royal Blue Moon tea as an asset. So
yeah, you have some on you. You just refresh it at your nearest tribal. It's
yeah,
it's like, hey, I need this. Like, yeah, sure.
And brew some tea and drink some tea and kind of calm my thoughts and kind of match my biorhythms to that of the deepest deep, and do some meditating and soul searching, as it were, to try and sort out this sort of interesting conflict of faith that I was a participant in.
And I assume you're doing it in the sanctum grounds of the Reverend Mother, not the deepest of deep, not where.
Yeah, that's why I came here to this, because I kind of feel like this is the place her Reverend Mother's come to do that, this
Ye-
kind of thing.
Yeah, because trying to follow you here is in a difficulty 5 minimum to even attempt to follow you if you don't want them to be there. It's only easier if you're a Bene Gesserit. It's like, okay, it's diff 4 instead. That's still hard. You better hope she doesn't find you.
So yeah, and then once I'm kind of settled and had some tea, then really do just use the pranabindu to, really fall into the rhythms of the forest while being still, and
Let me say, and I assume you're consulting your faith and what that means to you. Well, in that case, what question would Kareem Kabata have about faith?
Me?
Yeah.
If everything is run by this natural law that I have studied as a mentat, where, everything is connected via mathematics, physics, etc., what is the use of faith? It doesn't disprove anything that we don't know.
What is Johanna's answer to that? As she's seeing that question in his face, the way he moves, the way he talks.
Frame that one more time.
What is the use of faith if we have studied and perfected natural sciences that explain why everything is here for a reason?
Okay. Assuming, for the moment and for the sake of argument, that we have used scientific reasoning to answer all of the questions, then faith is what keeps our humanity in the face of reason. Untrammeled reason is as much of a horror as untrammeled anything else. The fruits of reason was the rise of the machines and a war that killed billions. Faith is what sees us through the pitfalls of reasons and also gives us the strength and hope to survive the darker roads that reason takes us down, like the Butlerian Jihad.
Would that be a satisfactory answer to Kareem Kabata, or no?
It is an opiate for the masses, but I can understand why you think fate has its uses. For now.
Spectre of Kareem Kabata floats from your mind.
Ooh, ghost mentat.
Then the specter of Mill Moonshadow's question on faith comes to mind.
Oops. My question would be, what is the role of the church in navigating conflicting loyalties?
Not sure that's faith as much as politics, but okay.
Could be both.
Yeah,
Honestly.
true. In the stillness of its truth, when faith is pure, not pure by any particular external or institutional definition, but when one's faith from its internal wellspring, which is the wellspring external of the universe, when that faith is aligned in heart and soul, then that faith, if you can be still enough and listen to it and pay attention to it, that faith lets you hear the true song of your heart and yourself. And knowing that lets you navigate any question of loyalty. Because a lot of things can be, the world imposes a lot of ideas on us, but faith and the truth at the core of us answers any confusion we may have for what paths to follow and which path is right and which institution or loyalty should hold and guide us. Well, as a player, this is really weird, being somebody who's has a very low faith score.
Would that answer be satisfactory to Mill Moonshadow?
Yes, I would say.
Thus the specter dissipates. And second to last, Spectre, false girlfriend Erica III of House Bellezza.
I need to ask a question about faith.
A question Erica III has about faith. It's something that Johanna sees in her. It's something she's not even voicing. Her body's voicing it for her. And this is Johanna reflecting back on those cues. Oops. I'm getting the feeling these questions are not ones any of these characters would ever raise because all of you have fairly low faith scores.
Oh no,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to think.
I'd raise my question for sure. For sure, I'd raise my question.
You drive statement. Nothing's going to bend or break me.
Because you've got faith of the heart.
God damn right.
This could also be a question of the Bene Gesserit Church or even the will of Silvanus, I would offer a suggestion.
All right. Then Erica's apparition's gonna ask, I guess, the Emperor has a will, the Imperium has a will, Salutaris has a will, Erica III Bellezza has a will, House Bellezza has a will. Of what importance at all is the will of Silvanus given that so many other more powerful entities have stronger wills?
I love that question so much. You have no idea.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
What answer does Yana have for this apparition?
Damn, maybe Johanna doesn't have faith of the heart. Just scrap it right here, right now. Oh, audio. Oh, okay. Audio issue.
Oh.
For a second there, I thought he was so stumped. He was like, oh, man. Hello, Hensley?
Probably he's figuring it out, probably. I was thinking the same thing, too. I was like, wow, that really stumped him. Oh.
Let's try that again. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we got
Sorry.
you.
Somehow my wireless lost connection there. Okay. There are wills and wills and wills. But there's only one will that matters, inshallah. And it is only the will that aligns itself truly with that of the one true will that can affect the turning of the stars. And insofar as any of these wills, or Silvanus or the Emperor or any of the others mentioned, are in that alignment, then nothing could stop those wills. And so if the will of Silvanus aligns with the great will, then it is the will of Silvanus that will change the universe.
Would that be an acceptable answer to Erica the Third?
Can you try to run it past me one more time?
The only will that really matters is the will of God, and so if an entity's will is properly aligned with that, then that will has the power to move stars. So if Silvanus has got that alignment, then its will matters quite a great deal.
No, because Erica's faith being lower than her power rejects the idea that God is an active participant in these events. It is the power of great actors and institutions that govern destiny.
There's an XP.
Understand faith. Difficulty 4. This is a question that you don't have a good answer for, you realize. At least not to that person's, to this human's acceptance. And that is a thing you need to reconcile as a Reverend Mother. Because without faith, humanity is uncontrollable. As far as the sisterhood would teach, anyway.
Where'd my thing go? There it goes. Okay, difficulty 4. Oof. I've already spent my determination for the game, so this is going to be... I'm going to have to give you a full mid of threat, which is 6, I think,
Mm-hmm.
for 5 dice. I do not have a focus. Oof. Oh, man, that's horrible.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing to bend that with. I don't think any of my... Well, now, wait a minute. Would other memory have helped me out here?
Let me ask this question. Erica, would previous people of rulers of Bellezza have had a similar, at any point, have had a similar view? Or is Erica the first to break tradition?
No, in the balance, there would be a mixture of both, right? Because
Mhm.
the idea I've kind of had is that, you know, the way that Bellezza rules is your the previous ruler kind of sets you up with all the knowledge and skills you needed to like push one domain forward, and then you do that for the next person. So right, you have a warfare focused ruler, then a diplomacy focused ruler, then a financial focused ruler, um, and their interest is determined by the previous ruler. So probably once every 100 years there is a ruler who for whom faith is supreme. But for every one of those, there's 4 rulers to who it's merely a tool or something in the background.
I believe other memory would have come up. Reverend Mothers of Silvanus would have ran into this when addressing the ruler of Salutaris.
Okay, so that's 3 free hits right there. So, yeah, so I made it with and gained 2. And then that's a lot of complications to buy off. I don't think... Let's see what this does. I don't think that really helps. Well, let's see. I really don't want to get too complicated here, so let's just let you hammer me if you want to. I'll give you 4 threat to soak those.
Very good. You look back and realize that there are answers to this question.
That would satisfy you, huh? That would satisfy Erica.
That would satisfy Erica. It's a matter, and you know it's a matter of... Well, actually, I'll even highlight this a bit. Her greatest drive is not her faith.
Right.
It isn't even power. Power is important to her, but her greatest and highest drive is justice. And your answer really doesn't answer that. Without answering to justice or power or her duty, whatever you tell her is going to fall into emptiness.
Fair enough. I answered from faith instead of from one of those others. Yeah.
That apparition 2 fades for now, but you know it is one that will haunt you. That is a weakness in your armor that you need to figure out. You have the beginnings of it, but faith-wise, Erica is not in tandem with you.
Right. Shocked, I tell you.
Yeah. And then there's one question that the Will of Silvanus has. Is the Kwisatz Haderach the Messiah of mankind? Given what you know.
No. The Kwisatz Haderach is a nexus of change. The Kwisatz Haderach is flashpoint. It is the fault line that finally slips and creates the upheaval. Mankind is ultimately its own salvation. Doesn't rely on one person. Oh, Silvanus didn't like that, huh?
5. It is not Silvanus who doubts you. Silvanus agrees with you. But the teachings of the church
Well, yeah.
are, at best, what you're saying is heresy. Faith difficulty 5.
Good lord, this gets harder and harder.
Hey, you're the one that accepted the threat rather than complicate your life.
Yeah, I know. I figure my life's about to get real complicated when I biff this roll. But understand.
You could use understand, yep.
Okay.
And yes, everybody, I did do that backwards. That's intentional. It has to be faith. That's the problem we're dealing with. Battle. I'll fight the tree. I don't know. Screw you, nature. Ah!
Gotta
Okay.
punch the tree.
I'm going to argue that other memory is going to kick in here too,
It would.
because the other Reverend Mothers of Silvanus, I know for a fact, have. Yeah.
The difficulty 5 isn't that bad. Now it's just difficulty 2.
Okay, and I'll give you 2 momentum and 1 threat for 3 dice. And let's
Keep wanting to give threat to Jamie.
using focus. No. There we go. 6. Gain 1. How Reverend Mothers spend their summer vacation.
You are... What you said is something you feel mirrored. It's said in different ways, paraphrased, since even the beginning of the Empire, of the new Imperium under House Carino. And it is this question that, where others, it was a question that you believed to be a course to be set upon in the distant horizon, you know that it is something upon which you call... you can see the shores of that future lying ahead of you, and you know that this, if any Reverend Mother's going to be answering it, you have to. You're most likely going to be the one that answers it. It could be you might pass and have to hand this off to another.
All right.
But this is a lot more of a real question for you.
Yeah.
Hence why the Will of Silvanus posited it, because it is something you need to address. Therefore, given all the things you've answered, feel free to announce your new drive statement for faith.
True faith moves worlds.
Thus the Reverend Mother has decreed. At least of Silvanus.
Well, that was kind of intense. That was really cool.
So yeah, those questions weigh upon Johanna's mind as the drive, her drive of faith, and those little questions gleaming in the faces of your fellow architects. Final scene of the night, folks. This is the time to discuss, share, roleplay off each other. Oh, and that momentum goes poof. Because new scene.
So Kareem was able to keep his dalliance secret.
It's not dalliance. We discussed about this.
You know it's not a dalliance.
I actually leave that to Kareem.
I'm asking, are there people around the fort talking about Kareem, in his
Liaison, shall we say.
liaison?
That depends on Kareem, honestly. If you're keeping it secret or around Fortress Landing, around the capital, or you let it be known, it would be at least the minimum would be people would have known that Kareem spent time with Lady Seraphina because she is a notable figure. But whether a romance happened, Kareem's the one who decides who knows that currently.
Yes, I would like to very much avoid, even though I said I'm not afraid of the assassins, I am very much afraid of the assassins, so I would like to keep that under under the wraps if possible.
Checking off
Um,
donation of Kareem Kabata to the genetic database. Very good, Serafina.
Oh my god.
So it is.
Then, after some meeting, Erica will find time to say, Kareem, I had extended a invitation for the Duke to come to the fortress. I did not expect him to send his consort alone, especially when I was not here. Did you
Did I?
is there
what,
anything
did
I need to be aware of? Is there a reason she came here?
My apologies for not informing you sooner, my liege. I was being informed by the lady, as you well know, she is a part of the Bene Gesserit order, on the standing of our newest Reverend Mother here. Which was just what I was about to say. Reverend Mother, the lady invites you to share your wisdom with her one of these days
I'd
in
be
her
delighted.
chambers, where you may discuss the finer points of inter sisterhood relations, so to speak. Yes.
I'd be delighted.
Unfortunate
Serafina's a
she had to
delightful
come.
young woman.
It's unfortunate she had to come all this way when Trina was already on Silvanus.
Ah, yes. Well, I was setting the ground, so to speak. You understand, of course, Falsgrafen.
Joanna kind of
suppose.
raises one slow eyebrow.
Oh god. Sorry.
The finer intricacies of diplomacy are, of course, delicate things, and they must be tended to with great care. Of course, I wasn't going to just simply burst into her office and request, "Hey, the Reverend Mother wishes to speak with you." All due respect, Falsgrafen.
I'm very well versed in how to say what cannot be heard.
Of
Well,
course,
So
sir.
I
I meant no disrespect, sir.
Well, and let us not underestimate the lady Serafina. She may well have been visiting Salutaris to gain information through her own observations, either as a Bene Gesserit or as the was it air consort, or both.
In either case, I believe we shall be seeing more of her in the times to come. I have been invited to, along with the Reverend Mother, of course, on separate occasions, to come for a tour of the palace.
Well, always good to see more of Lady Serafina. And
Yes,
it is
I
meet
think-
that
I think she will help you with certain things.
well, I should make some effort to reach out to the sisterhood, at least in the system. And my liege, I think it is time that I briefed you on certain aspects that have become known to me since ascending to the Reverend Motherhood. Perhaps you could make time for me in the morning, aka can we have a scene next session? As far as that goes, we can do it now. I just didn't want to step on anybody's toes.
I don't mind.
go ahead.
Perhaps it would be best.
Okay.
Go ahead. Perhaps it would be best if the two of us spoke in private, and then you could make the decision of who to read in.
Very well. Treasurer Marshal, you may attend to your duties.
Of course.
Of course, sire.
I thought it was a new title of it, Treasure Marshal.
Myself and Millie morph into one person.
Ouija.
Some Benny Talaxu nonsense there.
Yeah.
Not sure if you're gonna get a second date if you're like morphing between people.
Although, who knows? She's already in a throuple. She's into some interesting stuff. So yes, my liege. First, some information about this, the legend of the fourth house, and the makeup of the tribes themselves, and I will fill her in on those two bits. Do you want me to copy and paste it, or do you have it, Corby?
I don't have it, but you can copy paste what you believe, what you wish to share.
Okay. Copy. Put this. Where's Winchester? Message is too long. I'll upload as a file. Okay, so where can I break this? Do you want me to upload it as a file, Winchester, or just break it up?
Whatever you want to do.
Discord. Okay. Okay, why are you being so weird?
I'm Corbanian, that's my thing.
Delete. Why are you not deleting? Okay, that's weird. Sorry, Discord is doing weird things with... There we go. Okay, let's try this again.
Well, shit, you didn't tell me I should have trained my people with the Moonshadow clan.
What?
Apparently, y'all are the Navy SEALs or the Green Berets out here. Wind Whispers
mean,
just
fair.
kind of like,
Well, they're the
Uh,
Rangers. They're the Stealthers.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm getting the stealth and guerrilla tactics is the kind of ranger I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the kind of ranger who goes out and like looks at trees and shoots rabbits.
Isn't that Walker from Texas?
No, he mostly shoots drug lords with submachine guns. Not well, he doesn't use the submachine gun. It's everybody's running around with an Uzi because it's the 80s.
And GM, are you sure your timeline is straight with that 10-year date? Because it's 10/171, right?
171, so it's 181 when the change happens, I believe. I'm gonna double check. Got me questioning. I said, within 10 years. That was why I said.
Right, but I'm thinking it might, I don't know, depending on when, because I think the Dune shit happens later. I think it's in the 90s.
Oh, I'm in the wrong book entirely. No wonder I can't find my timeline. Timeline of human history. Oh, I might be making this. Yeah. So current year in the book of when most adventures happen start at 10/181, but
Right.
the events of Dune.
Yeah, 10/191 is when all the stuff in Dune starts to go down.
What's 191? Oh, I had it back.
I'm on the Dune wiki. Yeah, 191 is when Arrakis is taken from the Harkonnens and given to House Atreides. and then like March is when Arconan takes it back that year.
I mean, we're the only people who could meet all of these,
Right.
particularly because of the children of Salutaris. None of the other houses are that.
Right, which is kind of why, like, Joanna's telling you this, because this, but it also ties in well with what the Duke of Valorian is saying, that, and I'm also personally of the belief, Joanna is, that we're in the best position to become that house because, right now Malvolus is ticked off at Arconis and Valorian, so we're in the perfect position to bring everyone together.
So
And
yeah,
steal their
then
consort.
after learning all
Down.
of this, Erica's
Okay.
response is going to be, many of the things that you claim the fourth house will be or will do, we will be or will do because they make sense to me. The stewardship of the forest, the deepening of the connection to the clans, the shepherding of the other houses under our banner. But I'm not doing these things because the forest or this planet tells me to do them. I'm doing them because they are what I judge to be best. Erica refuses to be slave to the will of Silvanus, but doesn't preclude the possibility of doing what Silvanus wants, so long as it's because it was what Erica wanted.
Right. And Joanna will say, well, as the Missionaria Protectiva teaches us, much pragmatism and reality is softened and expanded with legend. If you're seen to be doing the will of Silvanus, there's not necessarily any need to proclaim that you're doing the will of Silvanus, if you understand. If you do the things within here and House Bellezza, then people will raise House Bellezza to the fourth house on a sea of their own belief.
Erica says, well, then should this all come to pass, I guess I can accept my will being attributed to Silvanus, but hopefully you'll or your descendants will ensure that I at least get a passing mention, rather than everything I am being just summed up as the will of Silvanus manifest.
I don't think you have to worry about that, and the legend of the fourth house doesn't indicate any sort of slavish devotion to any sort of will of Silvanus or anything else. It is more along the lines of someone stepping into a foreordained role. Whether you want to call it a great hero or a messiah figure or what have you, but the legend is there. House Bellezza, and it's under your leadership, I believe, is poised to step into that legend and to be worthy of bearing it. Now, neither of... Oh, go ahead.
With Erica's foreign truth, Erica will say, I wonder, do the Reverend Mothers of Silvanus have a book of oft-mentioned prophecies that they themselves wrote 10,000 years ago? And you have just selected one from a random page that could match me? Or is this some singular, appropriate prophecy of which there is only one?
The latter, my liege. And
I guess I'll have to take your word on it.
It is not. It is not at all a secret prophecy. The songs are still sung, and it is discussed at the great conventions. It is nothing I have told you is particularly secret. Granted, the tribes do not necessarily advertise their inner plans, but it's not exactly secret. But what I'm about to tell you very much is, do you mind if I employ the Ixian dampener?
Go ahead.
I guess I'm going to have to roll for that asset.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
call it understand.
Okay.
Difficulty 2. Actually, you know what?
What?
Difficulty 3. A lot of people have been getting Ixian dampers lately. They're getting a little hard to get these days. Wonder why.
It's just you that's been getting them.
I know. I've got a drawer full of them. For some reason, they're never handy. Okay. Understand and truth, because that's what I'm about. That's the bomb I'm about to drop. And diff 3.
Yup.
Oh, and there are no resources on the table. Oh, what I can give you, but
you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give you 3 for 4. Do not have a focus.
I didn't think I was going to be spending a threat in a house management session, but here I am.
Well, I hit it.
Yep.
No comps. So I will activate the Ixian dampener and then move close to Erica and in a very quiet voice tell her the next part. Within 10 to 20 years, the universe we know will change radically, and the center of it will shift from Khitan to another world. It will be a time of tremendous upheaval, violence, and disturbance. The empire that emerges from the other side of this is not the empire that you and I have always known. Things are poised to change dramatically. And this is the real reason I bring you this legend of the fourth house. For Bellezza itself, and for every other house and human being in this system, the way that we survive and even prosper through this cataclysm to come is to be united. I do not know specifics, and I cannot give you an exact date, but it will be beautiful and it will be absolutely terrible, and our world will change forever. But if we find ourselves alone and divided, the survival of Bellezza, the survival of any house, great or small, is in serious question against the forces that are coming. This is not Missionaria Protectiva legacy making. This is not a fairy tale. This is coming. 10 years at the soonest, 20 years at the outside. This is coming. May already be beginning.
You're not wrong.
The ambition of uniting the houses of Silvanus not only crowned you with, and Bellezza with glory and power, but may be the only way to save us all and our children. Boy is the Quizatara.
Eric is thinking if power shifts from Kaitan, then the whole Farfetch'd system is going to break down. Right? As much as the guild is powerful, it's only powerful because everybody doesn't just shoot at them when they come in system. Right. So, right, a guild without a Farfetch'd system is weak, right? A Lancerat without the system doesn't exist.
Right.
So,
hence all my big words about cataclysms and everything changing and it being beautiful and terrible.
So if Erica is to believe you, that means very soon we will be canceling our guild contracts and we will be converting everything we own to self-sufficiency. Right?
Well,
we can't rely on the interconnected. If cataclysm happens, the guild is out there, right? If we lose connection to Arrakis, if the guild loses connection to Arrakis, then everything in system has to be self-sufficient.
Right.
So, and it's not even like assuming something does happen to Arrakis. It's just if anything upsets the Farfetch'd system, the guild, their power just evaporates overnight.
Right.
So,
depending. I mean, again,
well, no, because
Joanna doesn't know the specifics of things.
Well,
so,
it's that the guild, all they have is the transport between planets. They don't have the construction of their own ships. They don't have the manufacture of spice. They don't have. They themselves don't have any reason to jump from place to place. They just get money to do it for other people. So it's if everybody becomes uber tribal, then because the system of government has broken down, then the guild goes out. If the guild goes out, we can't have an economy based on.
Well, I mean, Joanna would also point out
travel.
that, power shifting from Kaitan to another world doesn't necessarily mean the end of empire. It just means it could just mean a very painful change of empire.
It could just be a new emperor.
Right.
Yes. But
In which
you
case-
didn't. Yeah, but you said cataclysmic.
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
There have been
Because-
changes of the Padishah Emperor's not. The House Carino hasn't, from if I'm correct, I don't think House Carino has been the emperors for the last 10,000 years.
No, they
there was a couple blips where the House Carino wasn't, but they were short lived. They lasted like I think less than a lifetime. But ostensibly, it's been the House Carino for over 10,000 years.
Okay, so well, I guess that's what I'm saying. Power can shift from Khitan and everything be fine. It'll come back, right? But that's
Right.
not cataclysmic. Cataclysmic is it doesn't come back.
Right. It's it's not going to be what Joanna's trying to get through. Is it's not going to be a gentle transition. That whatever face this change takes, the transition is going to be pretty awful.
Yeah, and Erica's thought is the far-fetched system is inherently fragile. It won't stick together under immense strain. So we have to become inward-looking.
As I said, my liege, the particulars of this are unclear, but I just know that great change is coming, and that
Yeah, the moment
like every birth, there's pain.
the GM, the Sardaukar are not a secret, right?
No.
They're openly a thing the Emperor. 'cause he wears
Carino,
their
yeah,
uniform
the
and stuff.
Emperor, House Carino wields that thing like a cudgel to threaten people.
Yeah,
Even though he
and
has
then-
it.
Um,
The terror troops, as they're called.
yeah, if power shifts from Khitan, then it's unlikely that if power shifts from Khitan, the Sardaukar are removed from the table. If the Sardaukar are removed from the table, the Lancerat will just devour itself. So everything, none of the Empire or our dealing with the broader Empire can survive power shifting from Khitan for more than a generation. And if you're saying that it is cataclysmic, then Erica's takeaway from this is we're about to become isolationist.
Well, and becoming self-sufficient within the system is an excellent idea. It allows us the freedom to move as we need to move, rather than being reliant on others and potentially being dragged
See-
into making the same decisions as House Akaz, for example.
Now, if our house were on Arrakis and we had spice and the ability to build ships, we'd just make our own guild. But
And
without the ability to pilot the ships, guild ships are going to become useless very soon.
And Joanna says, if we could manage to secretly stockpile a supply of spice, it is possible that I might have the lineaments of a plan.
Well, if we could stockpile spice, then we'd just wait for your cataclysm to happen, give it a couple of years, load up a highliner with some troops, go to Arrakis, and then who cares about Khitan? We'll build our own empire.
Perhaps, but
But all of those steps are highly illegal.
well, I think,
Discussing them is illegal, I think.
I don't know. I think you can. I mean,
I'm pretty sure you
some
can't
places, some
plot
places
the
like
overthrow of the guild.
no, but I mean, some places like there are houses that have stores of spice on hand, right?
Yeah, but
GM?
the plan to use it to pilot ships, though.
right. I didn't say anything about ships, my
What would you
liege.
do with spice other than use it to pilot ships?
As I said, it's just the lineaments of a plan, but it requires spice. What if our system became self-sufficient and then we could be elsewhere? As I said, it may be nothing more than a dream, but perhaps the very beginnings of a plan like nothing that's ever been seen before. See, now you know why I asked that question, GM.
Erica will say, it's just like a Bene Gesserit to be willing to throw out the whole empire. I don't get to be the Padishah Emperor, but that doesn't mean I don't need him to be him. I need the Lanceret. I need the Padishah Emperor. I need the Sardaukar. I need the Guild. I need all of it to stay where it is.
As things are now, certainly.
Well,
it's just an idea I've been toying with, my liege. But if there's an opportunity, perhaps, to acquire some spice, it might not be bad to have laid by. Worst comes to worst, it is a definite mode of exchange.
We can look at it.
But this was why I didn't want anyone else in the room until I had told you all of this, so that you can now decide to whom to disseminate any of this to.
The idea that there is a prophecy that might align with House Bellezza?
And
everyone in immediate service to the family, I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm sure Millie already knows the prophecy and the songs.
The idea that the Empire is on its last legs, I don't even want to know that. No one. Not a single soul.
Understood.
Gumjabar stabs. Now you know nothing.
Put your hand in the box.
Yeah, I'm not even I'm not even completely convinced that speaking these words out loud has not already filled a ship full of Sardaukar to come here. So just don't tell anybody this.
Hence speaking in whispers, even when there's an Ixian dampener.
Yeah, but he's the Padishah Emperor.
Right, so.
I don't know what an Ixian dampener is next to House Carino.
And that, my liege, is my report.
You can't just call that a report.
I'm a Reverend Mother of the Bene Gesserit. That's my report.
I'm going to get a little suspicious if all your reports, a significant part of them, are at the expense of House Carino.
It's like, so the crops of the new farm are going well. And by the way...
Yeah, that's about as much prophecy as Erica can handle at one time. In fact, it's far more.
Yep, so Joanna will turn off the dampener and make her way out to leave. Somewhat relieved that there's actually somebody else now who knows this.
Yeah, see, that relief is the feeling I had before you told me.
Yeah, besides me and all the women in my head. So.
As that conversation wheels to a close, what do Kareem and Mill do now that the basics of... Like, are you waiting for their talk to be done to go back in, or do you head off to do other duties to ready yourself for the days to come? Or discuss among yourselves your machinations and conspiracies.
Do we have anything to machinate or conspire?
Always, but that's up to you two.
For the time being, I'd probably prepare for the days ahead myself, because the politics going on, like, I don't see anything immediate that I need to do aside from being prepared. At present, anyway.
I mean, I'd wait to go back in, but if there's nothing else that the Botsgrafen needs from me, then I see myself off and go about my business.
Something I need you to stop doing, but I don't know about it yet. So there you go.
Well, I mean, to be fair, she's not actually married to anybody, you know. And again, she's
Yeah, but
basically going to bear children for two men who love each other. They're
so
just
so
sort
no,
of
there,
weird
there's no problem with what she's doing. Erica's totally fine with anyone having a dalliance with someone below them. It's the people that are below having a dalliance with someone above them that's the problem.
Yeah, well, eh.
I will ask.
But no, I don't have anything to say because I don't know anything.
Kareem Kabata, I will ask you for an understand roll, difficulty 2, as relates to your role as treasurer. There may be other information you learn before before next session.
Understand truth?
I would take that. I don't see a reason why it would be. Numbers, yeah, and your driving still. Yeah.
Do a regular roll. Focus on data analysis?
I'd say so.
Here's 3.
Oh, hey, gain a momentum. I will say unto you that you, after examining the trade that is coming and going throughout the system, not the least of which Salutaris, but also Silvanus and Agrestis, how trade goes in your system is important to you as a treasurer. You know that rumor about the dwindling spice harvests?
Sure.
You hear rumor. Well, it's not so much rumor. That's inaccurate. As a mentat, you forensically are able to kind of piece together that no one's announcing it. There's no whisper in it, but the numbers don't lie. It looks like, as far as the houses of Silvanus, Salutaris, Agrestis, and Salutaris, other than House Bellezza, the other houses seem to be stockpiling spice.
Huh. Curious.
And it seems that there seems to be some artificial market influence that is pushing spice into the hands of noble houses more so than Solari. Like, normally in the market, kind of spice flows, but usually it's every house has a balance of spice and Solari. They kind of, in the same way that you have wealth and resource, a lot of people seem to be stockpiling up on that particular resource, and which is causing that short. It's almost like, I'd almost equate it to a bank run. Though not quite so extreme. It's the sort of thing only a mentat who is a treasurer, whose job is to look through these numbers, only a mentat like you would see this. The average person would not detect this market force, this artificial influence on market forces.
Okay, would you give me just one quick question before we end it for tonight?
Oh, certainly.
Well, I'd like to enter a trance, and I'd like to ask myself, okay, how long could it be until we actually run out of spice? If we look at all the numbers that are available and everything that House Harkonnen has, submitted in their reports to Chom and the guild, are we ever in danger of running out of spice?
I will say no. An absolute drought has never happened. However, you foresee that there'll be this runaway, given enough time, enough years, will likely develop into a larger conflict.
Okay, but statistically speaking, what are the chances of such a thing occurring?
1
in 3.5 million?
I would say you're looking at something happening within the next 4 to 5 years. Within the next 4 to 5 years, a conflict is going to arise because of this. It's not. It's like a pin. It's like a hole in a bucket. It's not going to drain out completely, but eventually the bucket, because of the wound, will give way. And when it does, it will kind of happen all at once.
Okay, interesting. I'll exit my trance and proceed about my day.
Mill Moonshadow.
Yes.
You may present to me a understand roll, difficulty 2,
Okay.
to see if there's anything you see or feel in your role as marshal that may be cresting over the horizon for you.
Does danger sense apply?
I would say so.
Okay. In this case, I am mostly concerned with the machinations of power around us, so I'm going to pick power as the drive.
Certainly.
And yeah, I'll use 2 dice for that. My focus does apply. Submit.
1.
Not a bad roll.
You look through your reports. As you've learned with confidence that and your house Bellezza, is right. The house you work for, your house is a strong way to put it. The house you work for is looking after their people appropriately. So you don't suspect that they're not going out of the way to make life especially easy for everybody. But you know what? They're not. The rule of House of Erica III is acceptable to the populace. You don't see a new surge of criminal activity coming out of Salutaris unless an outside actor pushes in and evokes it. Beyond the normal intellectual property thievery, that's a thing Salutaris has dealt with long before you were here. That's just the biggest crime that happens here. But you do hear, as you look over like reports and of other marshals, like marshals within the tribes of Arconis and Valorian, it's not that the marshals necessarily report to each other, but it's kind of a common courtesy as people of the same star system to kind of share among law enforcement. Hey, if someone runs from my jurisdiction, heads up, this guy's a smuggler. So if we're not sending the smuggler at you. If you see him, he's wanted for smuggling. That sort of thing, right? Some of the reports from the other worlds, there's standard stuff you don't care about, probably, like, oh, hey, this guy was insubordinate on Agrestis, so he's coming back for his 50 lashes. Send him back if you can. You might do it just to help out your fellow marshal, or you might not give a damn, because that's your crime isn't nearly as high for that, I imagine. I don't think you guys do lashings for your soldiers.
Yeah, no.
So, but one thing you see is there seems to be an uptick in off-world smuggling operations that have been developing on Agrestis and Silvanus.
Okay.
And you suspect that such an operation does exist here. But it doesn't seem to be focused upon the Silvani sap or upon the secret or upon the it isn't focused on anyone's primary domain, I'll say that.
Okay.
You may ask questions with momentum or threat if you like.
As a momentum question, what are these smuggling rings associated with the smuggling of? Like, is there a specific class of good they specialize in?
A particular Silvani asset. They're smuggling things out of the tribes, but it isn't Silvani sap.
Can I get any more information than that?
For a threat, you can.
Sure.
You're wearing it.
Ah, okay. Interesting. And is there any idea where it is going?
There are two possibilities. One is into the hands of House Moritani, or into the hands of House Harkonnen.
Oh. All right. I will make a note to investigate that again soon.
Any other questions?
Not for now, because I don't want to give away too much threat.
Fair enough.
But I will investigate where it's going next session.
And that, everyone, was our first house management session. So some of it is, I mean, a lot of these stats we can hand wave in future house manager because we know what the house stats are, that sort of thing. We have a general idea where we want the house to go, but yeah, some of it is very mechanical. But at the end, there can always be these little twists of information or withholding of information. And now I have an idea what your house is focusing on for future episodes as well. So these are good ways for me to learn what your house even cares about. Why the music died then. One moment, everybody. There we go. Sorry about that. But yes, oops. So yeah, all that considered, what I will say, given what I now know, what you guys know, and what you might be doing, so for the house management, each house management, we will be focusing month to month, but once at least 1 year has gone by, I will be moving year to year. So for now, this first month is very rapid because you guys are making a big change and you're in a moment of rapid development that can happen because of the switching of the steward and the fact that we have, a war hero coming back from a war, a new Reverend Mother coming into the fold, a apparently very bold treasurer who's leaning upon his charms, perhaps more than his logic, and a marshal who is willing to look into matters that aren't just her day-to-day. There is more going on here than the machinations of mere smugglers and intellectual profiteers. But for now, everyone who's watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And we'll see you all next time. Bye.